team's always grinding underneath the starry sky. Engines roar, we fly, sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go, teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go, teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victory's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line. Wheels burn on the track, PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding underneath the starry sky. Engines roar, we fly, sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go, teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire.
Welcome, everybody, to Season 2 of the GT PHG World Series Exhibition. We are excited to be here. I am T Case. I'm joined by Salamander and Leo. Salamander, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Tune. How are you? Or
Well,
TK's? Wow.
we were just talking to Toon. It makes sense. I'm doing fantastic. Leo, how are you, sir?
I'm doing all right, TKs. Just waiting to see how these races go and how much fun someone's gonna have hitting that invisible wall.
Indeed. We know the invisible wall is there and ready to pounce at any moment. We have a lot of races for y'all today. It's going to go all day. This is the first of 4 splits. Is that correct? 4?
Yes, 4.
Yes, the first of
Yes.
4 splits. So Leo and I will be here rocking and rolling. Sal's going to be here for part of it, and then he's got some other things he needs to get done. So enjoy yourself as we get ready for the first of 4 races here at Daytona Road Course. Salamander, will you run us through what the races are today?
Yep, so today we are running at the Daytona Road Course for round 1. The drivers are going to be doing 17 laps in any Group 3 car. Now, this is a Manufacturer's Cup style race in which everybody has chosen what manufacturer they're going to use for the season. So while it says any Group 3 car, it's the Group 3 car from their manufacturer that they'll be running. Racing hard and racing medium tires are required, but all racing tires are allowed. So I don't know if anybody's going to try doing a stint on softs or not. So
Oh,
that's
very,
what we got going on today.
yeah, that's very interesting. I love that aspect because that really is going to open up different strategies when you have that third option that isn't required, but you know the soft's going to be the quickest tire around here. I did see in the lobby here that they are allowed to use the softs for qualifying. So we should see at least some really quick times on the softs during quali, and then see what kind of strategy they do with those hards and mediums. I have another question, Sal, if you know the answer, or Leo. So some of these manufacturers have multiple cars in Group 3. Are they allowed to switch back and forth between those cars just as long as it's the same manufacturer?
Yep, as long as you stick within your manufacturer, you can use whatever's available. So,
Awesome.
yes, so like, for example, Mercedes, I think, has 3 different Group 3 cars available. Anybody who chose Mercedes can do that. When we get to the Group 4 races, those people that chose Alfa Romeo can use, either the 155, or I believe the other one's the 4C.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. Well, that's going to open up some options depending on the track, because all these tracks that we're going to be seeing this exhibition season are a bit different. So you might have some strengths and weaknesses there within one manufacturer. I like that. Well, let's see. Looks like we're going to be getting started here in qualifying in just a few minutes. Have either of you guys run any laps around here? I know we did this, something similar to this for season 1, but that was in Group 2 cars, and then the manufacturer race last week was also here in Group 3. Have y'all done any running this week?
I did have a practice lobby open and ran a couple of races with some of the guys here, and I mean, it's a lot of fun. Daytona obviously has the high bank, so you got the speed, and then you've got the infield. Here it's mostly about top speed, more so than handling. If you got a good handling car, you can certainly make up time on the infield, but as soon as you hit those high banks, the cars that have the acceleration, the top speed, tend to pull away.
Indeed, indeed. And I know, Leo, your situation has made it quite difficult to race recently, but were you able to hop in any lobbies, at least as an observer?
Yeah, actually, I hopped into Sal's lobby. What was it, Friday, Sal, right?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to get at least a couple laps in, just to see how it felt and what was different. But yeah, I actually ran a couple of races with them guys. So, of course, every car here has their strong suits, like Sal was saying. If your car's really good on the infield, you can make up time there, but it could also be a detriment on those long straights.
Indeed, indeed. And we all know the well, I keep calling it the bus stop, but it is now the Le Mans chicane. Try to be proper.
Yes.
The Le Mans chicane will make or break your lap. At least it does for me. I mean, I was trying to set times for the Manu race, and I got like 0.6 just from hitting the chicane right. It's amazing if you can get that good exit. It makes a big difference. And here we go. Qualifying is beginning, so let's switch over to the race here.
Let's go.
See what we're doing.
I will say that Le Mans chicane is the bane of my existence.
Yeah, you have to push it. I was finding in the Group 3 cars, trying to carry at minimum 100 miles an hour through the middle of it, and trying to be at least at 110 on the exit, and trying to do that 17 times in a row is tricky, and it's tempting to try to overtake around there, but a lot of times it's better to be patient and just get a good exit and get them on the straight going into turn 1. As we come out of the pits, it looks like Shaggy Doo is leading the way. And everybody's going to want to leave space here. With a 10-minute quali, you're going to get, several opportunities. I think fuel load is going to make a difference here. We might see a couple guys just trying to burn some laps and get that fuel down before they really put it in for a flyer. What would your strategy be around here, Leo, as far as the qualifying goes?
First lap, your out lap, you want to take it kind of easy, get some heat in the tires. I wouldn't be pushing nothing, but I also would be trying to burn a little bit of fuel as much as I can. Haven't quite got that Hako burn fuel strategy down yet, but get that thing as light as possible, see if I can make it up. And also, the second lap, I'm going to get it a little harder, but that third lap is actually going to be the flyer lap. I don't know what has changed in the game, but that seems to be the best route to go now.
Interesting. Maybe it has to do a little bit with that tire model, getting them in the right temperatures, just a little bit of wear for that extra bit of grip. What about you, Sal?
Yeah, definitely on that opening lap, maybe even the second one, just kind of over-rev the engine to burn off some of that fuel. With there being a 10-minute qualifier, there's certainly the opportunity to pit and get some fresh tires with about a quarter of your tank gone, just to try to get that little bit of extra speed. On one or two final hot laps. That's what I would try.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that's what I would do as well, is just try to get that little bit lighter car, some fresh rubber, and run it down. As we go through the field here, just taking a look at, so far, 3 different manufacturers, some beautiful liveries. And now, who made this livery for Mr. McNaughty?
Actually just knocked that out this morning. McNaughty had mentioned when I was running the practice the other day that he was going to be using the SLS, so he didn't have a livery for it. So this morning I took to the livery editor and just banged this one out. Luckily McNaughty was around, and we were able to talk about what colors he wanted and stuff like that. So this was a quick one thrown together, but it still turned out nice and clean.
Well, your talents never cease to amaze me, sir. Fantastic looking livery. We got Vetter Dan, of course, in the Corvette. What else would he be driving? And a big old plane landing in the background. And I've been here in real life, and I can tell you that happens throughout the entire race, and also while you're trying to sleep. There's some crazy jet that landed at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was just like, what in the world is going on? Louder than all the cars on track. And that's a beautiful livery right there by Vetter Dan. So we keep going through. And what car is that we're looking at right here? Is that the RCZ? Or is that an Alpha?
An Alpha.
That's an Alpha, bud.
Okay. The color scheme made it hard to see all the lines there. Nice and dark. I like that. Cheerios, Honey Nut, baby.
Yeah.
And
go.
I do want to point out, in Season 1, it was all PHG drivers. And now, in this Season 2 exhibition, it is open to everyone. So we had a bunch of people sign up. It's cool to see some not PHG accounts, as we have here Wade's CBR. If you know what CBR stands for, that would be cool, because I don't.
I don't know that either.
Ooh, I like the
Hold on a second.
Haribo livery here that Sheldologist has going on.
DVR stands for Cornbread Racing.
Oh, I like cornbread. I like cornbread with apple butter. Dip that in my chili, and I'm good to go.
There you go. Gonna be cold enough to do that now.
Indeed. And we got another Corvette driver with the Tide livery.
Hey.
Big fan of the Tide livery. They had the, when I was like, I don't know, probably 7 or 8 years old, at the Walmart by my house, they had the Tide NASCAR parked outside. And ever since then, I had no clue who the driver was or anything like that. I just knew I liked the Tide car. And I had Hot Wheels and die-cast, all of the Tide NASCAR.
There you go. Yeah, something similar to that. I've had the NASCAR cars stop at my shops that I worked at when I was doing all the mechanic stuff, and it was quite interesting to see how they've crammed all that stuff into a pretty much roll cage.
Indeed, and this was in the era that it was the Ford Taurus, the Jelly Bean was the
Jelly Bean
was the model that they were using at the time. So it's definitely interesting to see a Jelly Bean as a NASCAR. Slice in the BMW M6.
Yeah.
It's a strong car everywhere. It's been a strong car. Currently in last, but they are on their out lap, so they haven't even put in a flyer lap. So let's stay on board with them, see how their first lap goes, as they do not hit the invisible wall, which is good because it is so dangerous. And ooh, they're gonna come into some traffic as these drivers come out of the pits. But good on McNaughty, good on Jorge Sr., staying out of the way. I'm sure that did distract Slice, but they got out of the way, stayed off the racing line so Slice could continue on down. And so we are seeing that drivers are pitting, taking fresh tires, and trying to do their best to get a fast lap, as Jorge Sr. is the fastest right now with a 1:44.26 as he is embarking on his out lap, just behind Slice. So we'll see. Ooh, and it looked like he scraped the wall a little bit there on the exit. I find that turn is the trickiest turn. You want to get on the throttle as quick as possible, but it's so easy to spin out or understeer yourself into the wall like that.
Yeah, that coming onto the banking is like, I would say one of the second most difficult turn, because it doesn't look like it from when you're on the track, but like I stated in their season finale, I think I was there for that one, that random switching of different elevations on the track, it's tough.
And it really is a bumpy, because you're going from the infield onto the banking. It's a weird and bumpy thing, and in real life I've seen it. The cars just look unsteady going through there, and a very nice time by Slice, putting in that 1:44.973, only 7/10 off of Jorge Sr.
Makes him the top 4 guys are all under 145. We'll see if anybody else can break that 145 barrier as this qualifying continues.
Well, if it stays this way, it looks like Vetter Dan and Slice might be reenacting a certain situation that happened at the race that that everybody went to.
Indeed, yeah, that
Corvette
BMW Corvette drama.
Uh-oh. I see it brewing.
Let's go back over there to Jorge. Or no, that's Racer 51.
And I did say we got 4 drivers under that 145 mark, but then we have 3 more drivers that have a 145 lap. So this is
wow.
a really tight qualifier.
Yeah, and when you get this many drivers qualifying through the week to set the splits up, it's going to be tight. And having 4 splits is going to make it all very, very narrow as far as those margins go. And Jorge is going faster and faster in the Supra, which we know is a strong car. I struggle with it. The gearing's a little different, but Jorge clearly does not have any issues. Very, very fast driver.
Yes, he is. He pretty much
seems
ran
most
away
of
with
the-
last season.
Seems like most of the cars that they're using here at Daytona are strong at Daytona. I think the only exception I might say to that is the NSX. Maybe doesn't have the same kind of top speed some of the other cars do. But the Supra, the Beamer, the Corvette, they're all strong top speed cars.
And Jorge just goes even faster with a 144.0. Well done there, Jorge. And it looks like PHG Jersey has snuck in there with a 144.8, now in P3, as we are now on the final lap. Coming through. Let's see here. See where McNaughty's at.
And McNaughty with a 145 flat, qualified in 8th place.
That's, I mean, I have no idea what my time would be, but it would be nowhere close to these guys. See if we can get a sector time to pop up. I'm curious if he's up or down on his time. Ooh, he is currently down, but we do know if you get that good exit on the out of the Le Mans chicane, you can make up a lot of time. That really is a great livery, Sal. That looks fantastic.
Thank you.
It's just it's clean and crisp. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. That was a really clean exit. And look, there he goes. So he just gained 2/10 right there. Because he was down a 10th before the chicane. And now he's up a 10th. And it's only going to continue to increase. He could get up to, 4 or 5 tenths quicker as he crosses the line with a... There he goes. Wow. A 144.8 up into P4. So we see it there. You get that exit right, and a lot can happen. A lot can happen. I don't know that anybody else is still on a flyer. I think they are all wrapped up. And we'll take a look at these results. Leo, can you go through the results for us?
Sure. I hope y'all don't mind, but I'm going to exclude the PHG names because, well, then we'd be here forever.
Acceptable.
Yeah, I'm just going to say their names. So, in first place, we got Jorge Sr. with a 144.93, fastest lap so far. Racer 51 with a 144.241, followed by Jersey in the Corvette with a 144.804. Then followed by Jersey is McNaughty in the SLS AMG GT3 2011 model with a 144.826, followed by Speedburner with a 911 with a 144.860. Then followed by that is Vetter Dan in the Corvette with a 144.963. Then Sliced in the BMW with a 144.973.
Wow.
And then Say in the Genesis with a 145.028. Followed by Say is Banana in the Supra with a 145.068. Then Wade CBR in the 4C with a 145.137. Then Sheldologist in the Group 3 NSX with a 145.138. Then Fast Cougar in the RCF with a 145.189. Then Shaggy Doo in the 4C as well, and a 145.321. And then Raider in the GTR with a 145.531.
Wow. What a tight field. What a tight field. Especially
Yeah.
P3 through P9, really. Or, I mean, you can go all the way to P12. I mean, that is really, really tight. It looks like we're seeing a bit of a repeat here with Jorge and Racer 51 up top. Any thoughts on this, Salamander?
Kind of expected. We know those guys are fast. I am also excited to see some of these non-PHG drivers like McNaughty also up near the top. So I think we're in for a really good battle here today.
Indeed, indeed. So now it's time to determine who's starting on what tire. Is anybody going to use the softs? And how is fuel going to come into play with this race? So if you're starting in the top 5, Salamander, what tire are you going to start on, would you think?
I would do the mediums. Usually the general rule of thumb is in the top half of the field, start with the quicker tire. If you're in the bottom half of the field, do the slower tire. So that's what I would do. Anywhere from 7th up, I would choose the mediums.
The medium, and then everybody behind that, go ahead and get those hards out of the way. And those hards can be so slippery at the start. Hopefully we don't have any issues going into turn 1, because it can be tricky on a full tank of fuel on a not so grippy tire, especially after running that many laps on the softs. It's a bit of an adjustment. So hopefully we get through turn 1 cleanly and nobody gets taken out by the invisible wall. But it could happen. Something I didn't check on, is damage on light or is it heavy?
It's light.
It's light. Okay, good.
Yeah, we're keeping the damage on light in this league just so we don't have, those instances where somebody makes a mistake. You don't want to just completely ruin the whole race. So
yeah. And we do have tire wear at ×5, fuel at ×4. So that is pretty high. Tire wear, and we got 10 liters a second. So we're gonna see who can maximize their grip out there. But it does look like the weather's going to be absolutely gorgeous today. So
it's like we are about to start.
2, 1, go!
Oh, okay. There we go.
It's like, are we? Yes, we are.
I was back in one of the daily races.
Uh-oh. There we go. And we're off.
Okay.
Coming into turn 1.
What happens here?
Jorge and Racer both on the mediums as they come around. So
Nice
far
little
looking
line
clean.
Yeah. Nobody.
No incidences coming around. Nice and smooth side by side back there. But so far, keeping it nice and clean. Still side by side. Say and Slice just keeping it clean. Good space given. Looks like Vetterdan and Speedburner as well. A lot of 2x2s. There we go. Now they've lined themselves up. We'll go back with the race leaders as they are approaching the Le Mans chicane. Going on behind them here. Jersey all over the back of Racer 51. Going through. Looks like McNaughty's gaining on him.
Oh. I mean, the man has done how many laps here in the past?
Very tight.
Past,
And Banana with a penalty.
Oh, no.
And it looks like Vetterdan's getting a run on Speedburner. I think he might be able to make a move going into turn 1. Look at that. 2 wide.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and Say is just loving that slipstream. Loving that slipstream. But Vetterdan, what an exit. What an exit. And they go 3 wide into turn 1.
3 wide. Wow.
Cleanly done. That is beautiful.
Everybody survived.
Everybody survived. I'd like to take a look at that again if it'll let us.
Okay.
And just beautifully done. Beautifully done. So the replays do work. We were having some issues. Good to know the replay worked. I should have gone back a little bit further. This is my first time doing the keyboard controls, so I might make a few mistakes. Alright, I'm going to go back up on the leaders, see what's going on up here. Looks like Jorge's getting a nice gap. Racing mediums, followed by Racer 51 on the mediums as well. Jersey on the mediums, McNaughty on the mediums. So these 4 within a second of each other, and they've built a really good gap to the next pack behind them. Are you seeing anything of note, Salamander?
Oh, everybody's keeping it pretty clean so far. We do have a battle back in between 8th and 9th. It looks like Stay had to back out a little bit. Him and Speedburner went side by side into the Le Mans chicane. Well, Speedburner picked up a penalty for that.
Oof. That penalty line is so tricky going into the chicane, or it's really on the exit of the chicane. And sometimes some of these cars are wider than the others, and you might think you have it, and then all of a sudden you do not. And that half a second penalty really does hurt you. Doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're carrying that much speed, it can really, really mess up your race. And I'm loving the respect and clean driving we're seeing here. This does not look like my manufacturer races at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you come to expect from most of us that have been racing against each other, and a few of us done the NRL. I mean, come on. You will never see this in a daily race unless, you get that one every once in a while that you're like, wow, that was quite a lot of fun.
Those are few and far between, but they are fantastic when it happens, because it reminds you of, why we all play this game. To have good, clean racing. As ooh, and Say, what a save, Say. Wow, that's where you get wiggly coming out of that turn there, on that left-hander coming onto the baking. But Shaggy Doo is giving him all the pressure in that little Alpha. Let's see if he can get a good run coming out of the chicane and maybe take advantage, because we do know that G70 has power. It is good on the straight as they come through. Doesn't quite carry as much speed as they probably would like. But Say is also on the mediums, and so is Shaggy. Is everybody on the medium, Salamander? Or is there anybody on?
No, we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 people did start with hard.
Okay.
Okay.
And 8 of them started on mediums, so.
I'm going to go back up to the front, because it looks like Racer 51 has caught up a little bit to, well, I said that, and then they come out of turn 1 and Jorge just kind of pulls away.
Yeah, he was about 6/10 there. He was in the slipstream, and then, it looks like Jorge got a better turn 1.
This is a great camera view. Wow. I haven't noticed that one before. Really shows you. Go ahead, Sal.
One thing I was going to mention while we're going through here is the scoring. We're doing something a little different for this season. There are some bonus points now, sort of NASCAR and F1 style, for if you lead a lap, you get 5 bonus points. If you lead the most laps, you get 5 more bonus points. And then if you got pole position for your split, you get 5 bonus points. So there's some additional strategy when it comes around to these pit stops.
Yeah.
For tires. Somebody may stay out there 1 extra lap just to get that lap led.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, as you said that, my brain started churning there of like, you know what, you might alter your strategy and go 1 extra lap just to get those 5 points. Oh, as they're going to go side by side with Shaggy Doo. Shaggy backs out of it. Slice is staying in there. Well done. Can they get the exit? Beautiful. Beautifully done. And that's always a tough call. Like, Say had to make the choice. Do they go for the move or should they back out? But I guess with how much speed and momentum they had and Shaggy all over the back of them, they felt the need to stay in there. But again, beautiful, clean driving. Has anybody interacted with Say before? I haven't seen them.
I have not. I was
Not
gonna say, I
either.
think Shaggy gave him a little push
A
too.
little bump draft. Say gets around
Yeah.
Sliced. And Say does a beautiful job of using Slice to hold up Shaggy, but he goes deep. He goes deep. And yeah, let's see that again.
Looks like he went a little too far into the braking zone there and just
Yep.
couldn't quite get it to stick.
Went too deep, and that allowed Sliced and Shaggy to get through.
Yeah.
And now Shaggy gets ahead of Sliced, and Say is coming right back.
Says, I
This
ain't
is
done
not
yet.
over.
Man, this battle is
This is
intense.
fantastic, and Fast Cougar and Speed Burner right behind battling as well. Side by side, a little squiggle, a little wiggle, and Say gets the exit. Well done. And this is them battling is allowing Shaggy to kind of pull away and put some distance between them, give them some fresh air, and run around because I believe the Alpha is very good on tires compared to this big old Genesis and BMW.
Yeah. Well, I
And
wanna
it's
say
not over.
BMW's
Slice all over the back of them. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. What's going to
So
happen
if I
going
remember-
into turn? Oh, Shaggy with a half-second penalty with the
No.
exit. All that hard work is about to go down the drain. That's a bummer. They're gaining. You can tell his exit was compromised. So, compromised exit plus a penalty. They're just going to fly on by. He's going to have to slot in as we go into turn one again.
Let's see, can he get it correct here? Looks like he does. Takes that inside line, defending it pretty well.
Very nice. And now, Speed Burner and is it Fast Cougar are now really all over. Yep, Fast Cougar in the Lexus and Speed Burner. Sorry, that's Raider. Speed Burner in the Porsche. Really just chomping at the bit there. One to get by. He goes for the move on the inside. He gets the move done. Oh no!
Oh,
He
it goes
overshoots
wide.
it. He overshoots it.
Ah.
We're gonna take another look at that one.
Ooh.
Let's see what happens here as we right on board. Yep, he just goes a little too deep. Can't get it stopped. There was a slight bit of contact, but luckily Fast Cougar was able to get through unscathed. And unfortunately, that puts Speed Burner down in 13th.
He's back there with Sheldologist and Banana. I've been watching them for the last 2 laps. They've been having a really good battle there in last place. Now they got Speed Burner in with them. There's battles all around the track going on.
This is fantastic. I'm going to go take a look at P3 and P4. Haven't seen McNaughty and Jersey in a minute. McNaughty into P3. Jersey just behind as they go into turn one. And I do like this turn one because there's a couple lines you can take and you can go 2, even 3 wide really through that corner. And you can go deep, you can go tight, but as we know, if you do that too tight, you do run the risk of that invisible barrier just punching you right in the face. And that is never fun. I'm gonna go back here. Looks like this is where the action is. With Shaggy Doo putting the pressure back on Slice, recovering from that half-second penalty, and doing what he can to get that little Alpha to go.
Yep.
So what would be y'all's guess on the mediums when they will come in for their first pit stop? Salamander?
Really depends on the car. Some of these cars really burn through the tires and we'll probably need to come in on, I'll say, lap 9. Some people will be able to stretch it out for to lap 10. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to make it last till 11 full laps. If we had a McLaren in here, they could probably do it. And I think there's a couple other cars that are really good on tires, but most of what we got here are some fast cars that do burn through tires pretty quick.
And looking at the fuel, it looks like the fuel might become an issue before the tires do, at least on this Alfa Romeo, as he's approaching, about a third of a tank left.
You're right. I forgot about that. Those laps that I was rattling off, 9, 10, and 11, is based more on fuel mileage than on tire wear, which surprised me when I did my practice race with some of these guys. When we got Fast Cougar coming in, and Banana.
A bit of an early pit. I like
Early
it.
stop. They were on the hard, so maybe fuel up and then try to do a 10-ish lap
they're gonna get a
stint
10
on the
lap
mediums.
run.
As Slice is now, Shaggy around the outside. Around the outside. I love to see it. I want to see it again. So Shaggy here on the outside is Sliced. Beautifully done. Space given. Nobody cuts anybody off. Nobody runs anybody off. Very, very nice. You gotta love a move like that. And it's not over. I mean, they're going to be doing this for the rest of the race. This is insanely close racing. Having this many drivers and this many splits really is going to bring us close racing across all 4 splits because everybody's going to be so even. I'm going to go back up to McNaughty and P3 as they go through the chicane once again. And Jersey looks like he's getting a little bit closer.
And there's quite a gap between the top 2 and then those 2. And Jorge's gotten away from Racer 51 now, up in first and second. And then, McNaughty and Jersey. McNaughty just can't seem to shake Jersey. Continues to be in that slipstream.
And Better Dan just wishing he could get into that slipstream as Say comes into the pits on the mediums and only 13% of fuel left.
Say and Slice both in.
Both in. And they're both in those bigger cars that aren't as good on fuel. As Jersey just peeking for a little move there. Couldn't quite do it, but now that's going to set him up as the sun has gone down and the stars have come out. And the Ferris wheel is lit.
Wheel is lit.
Looking
there we go.
good. I've ridden on that Ferris wheel. I did it once. I'm not going to do it again. It was an interesting experience. We got in there, and it was just the 3 of us, and we were like, oh, this is sweet. And then right before they started going, they put like 5 other people in there with us, and it was so uncomfortable.
No, thank you.
And here comes Jersey. If he can get this run coming out of the chicane, he might be able to get something done in turn 1.
I want to ask y'all, how many laps do you think McNaughty has done at Daytona Road Course in the past, I don't know, month?
A lot. Honestly, we've all done a lot. If you participated in last season or manufacturers with Gran Turismo, I feel like I've done this course more than I've done in a long time. But we know McNaughty does various leagues and other challenges. He did that really long. I actually stayed up and watched his whole stint. He did a 24-hour multi-driver race as McNaughty and Jersey come into the pits. Is Vetter Dan going to follow suit? Yep, Vetter Dan follows. So does Wade. Shaggy stays out. That's going to move him up into 3rd place. And it looks like he's going to be able to do one more lap before he has to come in for fuel. This is what we call an overcut, or what the other guys are doing is an undercut. We'll see which one works out. It depends on the cars and the tracks. If Shaggy's able to come out of the pits ahead of some of these drivers, it will have definitely paid off. But we will see as Raider also comes through without pitting. But yeah, like I was saying, McNaughty did it was a multi-driver, 24-hour race, and there's different rules on how they set it up because in Gran Turismo you can't make that in a lobby. But it was very cool. I stayed up late and watched it. It was a great time. Love to see that people in the community are doing stuff like that. And since Shaggy's all by his lonesome and we know he's going to come into the pits, let's go back here where more of the fun is happening. Back on Say as he is chasing down Wade, but has sliced all over the back of him, like it's been pretty much this whole race. So we'll see also if when Shaggy comes out of the pits, is he going to be back in this battle with Say and Slice like he's been, or is he going to have moved up the ranks a little bit? And Jorge and Racer haven't come in yet, have they?
They have not.
Okay. So we probably will expect, there he goes.
Jorge coming in now.
Racer
Right now.
with no fuel, 0 fuel left. Pushing it to the limit. That shows you guys how much they've practiced and know exactly what they can do. That's incredible to see. I love how the grass, you can see the grass get, like the deep, look at that. Push the grass on the track. What? This game's awesome. And Shaggy also with no fuel goes in. I'm really curious as Slice gets a great run, putting all the pressure under Say. I think at this stage of the race, it almost is better to work together like we're seeing Slice do and just kind of, so where's Shaggy going to come out? Currently,
It's hard to tell with this pit lane being so long.
he's still
like,
in the pits. He's still in the pits.
Yeah.
Comes out on the hards, NP6. And he's right there in the mix.
Right
so
back in the battle.
kind of neutral
Like
on the
it.
strategy. Yeah, there wasn't an advantage or disadvantage. So they should be able to go the rest of the race. No more pit stops. Looks like nobody opted to choose the softs. Maybe if another pit stop was going to be required for fuel, it might make sense to use soft. But since you're able to do fuel for both stints with one stop, it should just be this.
I think Jersey hit it back to back. I think he might have put on the wrong tire.
Oh no.
Oh, jeez.
What position is he in?
He is in last place right now.
Oh no, yeah, he was up there oh man, you hate to see it.
Oh.
Click the wrong tire. That would be my guess as well.
That's my guess. I wasn't watching it close enough, but I noticed that there was something off.
Yeah, put on the wrong. How many of us have done that? I know I have. You get in the pits, click, click, click. Oh crap! I was in a long race in one of Gibbo's lobbies, and I was doing really well. It was at Spa, and I pit, and I needed to refuel, and I was super pleased with my progress. I waited one extra lap. The overcut was going to be perfect, and then I clicked past the fuel, and my race was over. And look how lonely. Go ahead, Leo.
I was gonna say, I know I made that mistake too and put the intermediates on or the wets just by accident.
That's a really painful lap if you put on the wet tires and the dry.
I'm sitting there, I'm like, why does my car have no grip? Oh, that's right, it's not raining. That would explain everything.
That explains everything. So McNaughty should have a little breathing room in P3. Yep, 3 seconds on Vetterdan and 9 seconds behind Racer. Smooth racing. I think a lot of these drivers, at least the top 5, can relax a little bit. And then it's once we get back here with Wade leading this pack. And the Honey Nut Cheerios. Oh no, I'm sorry, Slice leading the pack.
Oh, there we go. Honey Nut Cheerios / Pennzoil.
That's what makes them so sweet.
Speed burner all over Raider, 11th and 12th place.
Oh
boy.
wow! Yep. And the sparks fly, all over the back, and they're just working together. No sense of trying to force a move here going into the chicane. Just focus on that exit and get them going into turn 1.
Yeah, that's the trick here at Daytona. If you can find someone that'll work with you, you can make up a lot of time.
Looks like he actually lost a little bit of speed coming out of the chicane. Not going to be close enough to get any moves done as they go into turn 1 and stay clean. Go back up here at P6 and 7.
6 and 7 seems to be the best battle at the front. The top 5 are all spread out enough that they don't have slipstream with each other anymore.
Yeah, it seems like they're just steady on, don't make any mistakes, consistent lap times, and their position is good. Maybe wishing for a couple MDKs ahead of them so they can gain an advantage, but you know, one can only hope. So, Salamander, you're not participating in this exhibition series, correct?
Oh, Jorge had a problem.
Uh-oh.
Coming out of the bus stop. P2.
Oh no.
Let's see if we can catch what happened. Oh, I was on the wrong driver. I was on Racer 51, but yep.
Well, looks like it got squirrely coming out of the bus stop or something happened.
So that allows Racer 51, Ignati, Vetterdan, all to get ahead of Jorge, and now Jorge has sliced all over the back of them.
Now, I think at this point, Jorge has secured the most laps led.
Yeah.
Led 12 of the first 12 laps, so he'll get those 5 bonus points. But now Racer 51 picked up some extra points by now leading a lap, in addition to trying to win the race.
Indeed. And that, you know, that was one of those MDKs I was talking about. You never know. You never know. Could just slightest mistake get squirrely coming out of the chicane, and there goes your lovely race victory right out the window.
That's the thing with racing; it's never over till it's over.
Nope, and it.
Right.
I mean, it's so easy to get distracted doing this many laps, same thing over and over again, and then you just make one minor error.
And I'm sure Slice loves the fact that now he's got a drafting partner to maybe catch up to Vetterdan, the two of them.
Indeed, because they're only a second and a half. They can work together, and knowing that Jorge has more pace, if you can just follow. And sometimes I one of the ways I practice laps is to follow a ghost that's quicker than me, you know, and it helps a lot when you have somebody who has proven to be quicker. If you can follow them, you start seeing the line they're taking, seeing when they're braking. I know they're in different cars, but it definitely plays an effect as they've now gotten in slipstream of Vetterdan. But will Slice be patient, or are they going to force the issue going into turn 1? Looks like they're trying around the outside. Not going to happen. Tuck back in.
Oh.
Get the inside.
Oh.
Here we go.
Switcheroo there.
They got ahead. They got it. Oh, they got ahead before the turn. Very nicely done, Slice. That was a great move. And it is tight. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Looks like he survived.
Oh man.
Let's see as we ride on board here. Oh, Slice gets squirrely. Oh, just power oversteer. He's able to keep it straight, thank goodness, but
Hey, but that save though.
yeah, that is not easy to do. And that just puts him back in the clutches of Wade and Fast Cougar now all over it. This is not looking good. Like you did say, Salamander, he is going to get those points for laps led, which is a positive. And we know he has the ability to to pull this out. He is on the hards. What is Wade on? Wade is also on the hards, and Fast Cougar is on the medium. So Fast Cougar on the quicker tire, but that is quite a bit of tire wear for these last 2 laps coming up.
Slice going for the move on Vetter Dan up for third and fourth. They're side by side going into turn one.
Here we go. Man, Slice is making this turn one work for him. Beautifully done. Making it look easy. Slice up into P3.
I've been watching Slice since he got around Jorge, and man, he's got a handful with that car. He is pushing it, clearly pushing it as hard as he can. He is sliding the back end, coming out of most corners, doing everything he can to try to get some spots.
Incredible, incredible. Hop back here. Shaggy Dude, P9, Banana. Some tight racing going on there. I wonder what happened with Shaggy.
It's a number of 2-car battles going on here.
And they're all, it's funny that it's a bunch of 2-car battles all super close. So all it takes is one thing to go wrong, and then it turns into a 3-4 car battle, as we saw what happened with Jorge, and ends up joining.
Speedburner and Raider near the back are still battling. Speedburner really got loose coming up onto the high bank, but he was able to keep it under control. But yeah, I mean, even back in 11th and 12th, these two have been battling now for a number of laps.
So we're coming into the penultimate lap.
This is the penultimate lap, yes.
Okay.
And it's about to be the final lap. Racer 51 is on the final lap with a lovely gap. Then we got McNaughty.
Jorge just got around Say. Say just served a half-second penalty, which gave Jorge that position back.
So he's able to
got
get back up.
7th and 8th side by side going into the first corner.
It is just tight all the way around. What a roller coaster of a race. You know, we thought Jorge had it locked up, and well, it all unraveled. But great recovery, getting back up into 5th, considering having 2 offs in the grass is very impressive. It shows a lot of mental toughness to be able to get your head around it. You know, being frustrated, making a mistake, and then coming back and finishing the race strong.
That only makes me nervous for the race coming up.
This is going to be their last opportunity coming out of the chicane. Is kind of their last hope to get anything done. I'm going to switch over to our soon-to-be race winner, and that is Racer 51 takes the win.
Excellent job.
Followed by McNaughty. Woo!
There we go. Yeah, cut the grass.
Sliced in P3. Great race, Sliced. Vetterdan, Jorge, Say, Wade. Woo. And then we'll go back to their last 2. PHG jersey. Bringing in the rear. That's unfortunate. Had a pit stop mistake, and yeah. Wow. Well done, Racer 51. Well done, everybody, really. I absolutely loved that. Leo, do you mind taking us through the final standings?
Not at all. All right. In P1, we got Racer 51. In P2, we got McNaughty. P3 is Sliced. P4, Vetterdan. P5 is Jorge Sr. Then P6 is Say. P7 is Wade. P8 is Shaggy Doo 88. P9 is Banana. P10, Fast Cougar. P11, Raider. P12, Speedburner. P13 is Sheldologist. P14 is Jersey.
Fantastic. What a race. What a race. I like the mix of cars we're seeing. You know, it's not all one make. We see some cars maybe suited better for this track. Salamander, give me some of your thoughts on this race.
Well, I mean, obviously this was pretty hard fought throughout the whole race. I mean, we had battles the whole time. Really interesting seeing Jorge take out to an early lead with him and Racer 51 kind of spreading out, and then obviously Jorge had his issue. Sliced with a heck of a battle back. He was the top finisher of the drivers that started on the hard tire. So he finished off on mediums. That's one of the reasons he was able to work his way up through the field past Wade and Say, and even Vetterdan at the end.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That was a very enjoyable race. We got 3 more to go. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna need to get a cough drop or something. It's gonna be a long one. We're gonna take a little break. Get ready for the next race to start. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna be right back and for split 2 here at Daytona.
Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victory's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victor's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line. Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift, speeding down the lane. Victory's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go.
And we're back for round number 2, or I guess split number 2, because this is still round 1 of the GT PHG World Series exhibition. And we did lose one of our commentators, Leo, but that's just because he's racing in this split, and he will be back to join us. I'm still here with our good friend Salamander. Welcome back, Sal. You ready
Thanks,
for this
DK.
race?
Yeah, absolutely. After that first race and all the excitement there, I'm really looking forward to this one as well.
Awesome. Me too. Me too. Yeah, that was some tight racing. I think this race may be even tighter. We'll see. Let's go over the round info one more time, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, so once again, we are at the Daytona Road Course for round 1 of this Season 2 exhibition. They're going to be doing 17 laps in Group 3 cars. Once again, this is a manufacturer's cup style, so everybody's chosen the manufacturer they're going to run, and they will be running that in each of the remaining races for this season. For tires, hards and mediums are required. Softs are allowed. If it's anything like the first race, it looks like everybody chose to run the softs for qualifying, but I didn't see anybody take the softs during the race. Pretty much everybody stuck to the hard and the medium compound. So this should be a fun one. Daytona's a fast track. Yeah, and this is going to go well. I think we have, what is it, 5 times tire wear and 4 times fuel also for this one?
Yes, that is correct. The tire wear is set to ×5. Fuel is set to ×4 with a 10 liter per second refuel. So seemed like kind of a lengthy pit in that last race. We saw some undercut and overcut action try to happen, but from what I saw is everybody kind of came out exactly where they were before they pitted. So based on how much fuel you use and how much you need to refuel will kind of determine your pit stop length. And we did see somebody make a crucial error and have to pit a second time, unfortunately for Jersey, and pretty much knock himself out of the race.
Yeah, that was really
And,
unfortunate. Jersey was up there, vying for a podium position, and one little mental error put him into last place. So the drivers need to stay on top of what buttons they're pushing.
Mm-hmm. You gotta stay focused. And another thing we forgot to mention, we were featuring Mr. McNaughty and his wonderful livery created by Salamander. We wanted to hype up here the NRL, the Naughty Racing League. If y'all don't know what it is, you should. I've been a part of the NRL for all 4 of its seasons as a commentator. Salamanders has raced in and created liveries for. Sal, have you raced in every season of the NRL?
I did have to skip season 2, but I did race in seasons 1, 3, and 4.
And as a driver, can you sum it up a little bit of what it's like to be a part of a league like the NRL?
It's intense. McNaughty does a great job of putting that on, and pulling in some top drivers. So it's a lot of fun. It is very competitive. What we just saw in split 1 here is what we see in the NRL quite a bit. So looks like qualifying has begun.
Indeed. We will hop on board here for the quali, switch over to our race, and the NRL is exceptional, and the production is really good. I think we're doing a great job, Sal. You and me, a lot of work done by you to get these scenes to be matching across all the streamers. But McNaughty, with the team he has, really does some next level production. But I think we're doing pretty good ourselves here. But season 5, rumor has it, season 5 might be just around the corner.
We're all just waiting for McNaughty to announce it.
Anxiously waiting for McNaughty to announce it. So that's the NRL, the Naughty Racing League. If you don't know what it is, go check it out. It is fantastic, and I love being a part of it. So let's take a look here at what these drivers are driving. We'll go up with Moose, in the Ford. We got our very own Leo, or as I like to say, Leo Las Vegas, in his Mazda, his Screaming Machine. Interesting pick. He kind of seemed a little not too thrilled with his choice, could we say? But if anyone can drive that thing quick, it's Leo. Have you ever driven this car, Sal?
Actually, back in the beginning days of Gran Turismo, I did run that Mazda quite a bit. It's a good all-around car. It still is good at a number of different tracks. It may suffer here a little bit at Daytona, but some of the future races, I think that one will be a little more prominent at.
Awesome. And Lyric is that the 911? Yep. Lead pencil, of course. What is this car called? I can never remember the name.
That's the Renault RS01.
RS01. That is Lead's favorite car there. And then we have JK 85, another CBR, Cornbread Racing driver, in the Lamborghini Huracan. And, that was unfortunate, but they'll get plenty more time to put another lap in. Gets out of the way of Bob there. Oh, Bobo Gito is my guess.
Yes.
And the GTR. We got Moose, like we said, in the Ford.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of different cars from what we saw in the first split.
KW in the Viper. And that was one we were talking about, kind of surprised we didn't see. We saw a bunch of Corvettes, but no Vipers. But now we are seeing a Viper.
Yeah, we know the Viper is strong at Daytona. It is not necessarily very strong at some of the other tracks we're going to see, but today this one could be a winner.
And we have a bold choice at this track, the McLaren. We know it's good on fuel and tires, but does it have the top speed to hang here if they're not in the slipstream? And Jimmy, another CBR driver here. So CBR making a big appearance in the PHG Season 2 exhibition.
Run it is 911. I like the back of the car. It says, "Don't be stupid."
And then a very nice caffeine-free, I believe, is the gold and red Coca-Cola colors, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Caffeine-free Coca-Cola by Wicked. And then I'm assuming the proprietor, Cornbread himself, in a GTR with that nice Dale Earnhardt Wrangler livery, though I don't think Dale Earnhardt drove a Nissan.
He did not.
So we'll go back up with Lyric. I love this livery. It has all we pointed it out in Season 1, has all the tracks in a slightly different shade of gray or silver. So when you get a good look at it, it's a whole bunch of different racing circuits all over that 911, which is very, very cool.
Agreed.
So right now their fastest time is a 45.0. That was good enough for what, 9th, 10th place in the last split?
Yeah, I think it was either 9th or 10th. I don't remember which.
I think we had a couple in that low 45, so definitely seeing a difference in pace between the two splits, which is expected. That's why we do the qualifying. And if y'all aren't familiar, what happens during the week leading up to the races, Shaggy opens a lobby, and it's just to qualify. And you run a 10-minute quali like they're running now. Based on your time there, that determines what split you get put into. So that qualifying doesn't determine your spot in the race. It just determines which split you get put into. And now this is where, 2 penalties. They got to put their times in to figure out where they're going to start in the race, as a bunch of drivers are coming in the pits for fresh rubber. Oh my goodness.
We should say that the splits do determine what your point range is. So much like in the Gran Turismo World Series races, you certainly want to qualify into as high a split as you can, because then you have the highest potential for points.
Right, like a P5 in the top split is probably more points than a first place in one of the lower splits. So,
yep.
Even if you...
Yeah, in fact, first place in second split is lower points than last place in top split.
Okay.
So, now the one caveat to that is, I mentioned this during the first split, is there are bonus points available. I believe the different categories are: you get 5 bonus points for having the fastest lap of your split, 5 bonus points for being on pole for your split, 5 points for leading a lap, and 5 points for leading the most laps. So somebody in split 2 could have more points than somebody in split 1, given those bonus points.
And each split is determined week by week. So maybe you were in split 1 for Daytona, but next week you qualify again. You could have a poor qualifying and be in the bottom split. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep. And conversely, if you have a bad qualifying effort for Daytona, you could make it up and be in top split next week. So it's all a matter of continually trying to get better.
Interesting. So just because one track isn't necessarily your cup of tea, it doesn't ruin your whole season, because you can make up for it in the next race. And how many races are we doing in this exhibition series?
We are doing 4 races.
4 races. Now, y'all, I have pinned in the chat the PHG website. If you haven't gone to it already, go ahead and click on that link. It'll take you to the PHG website, Papa's House of Game. podium.com if you're not aware, and you'll get all the info for the seasons and signups and everything like that. So yeah, just click on that link pinned in the chat for more information if you want to get involved and see what it's all about. I assume most people here know who Papa is and what Papa's House of Game is. But he's the reason we're here, and this was all put together by Shaggy, along with help from a lot of other people, but this was kind of Shaggy's brainchild, and he's put this together now, second season, and it's going really, really well. And, you know, we're putting in some work, myself, Salamander, Titanium, Leo, a bunch of us trying to make this a fun experience, not only for the drivers, but also for y'all, the viewers.
I should mention that for the exhibition season, sign-ups are open for the entire season. If you just kind of happen across this broadcast and are watching it today and go, man, that's cool, go to the website, sign up. You could start in round 2, round 3, round 4. Once we get to the regular season, signups will close before the first race. But for the exhibition season, we want all people to come and give it a try.
Yes, and you guys won't be disappointed. You saw in that first race just how clean it was. So if you want some clean driving, some competitive driving, some strategy, this is definitely the place to do it. And it looks like nobody's really been able to improve. Lyric still with the fastest lap of a 1:45.0. And then we got Boba here. Their fastest lap of 1:45.3. But oh no, as I say that, Spazua, CBR driver here in the, is that the Nesquik Lamborghini?
I love that livery. I've been looking at that car. I love the red, white, and blue monster on the top.
Oh, very nice.
This is one of my favorite liveries in the split.
Looks great, looks great. So they got,
Oh!
and they get a little squirrely, but that's okay. The pole position and the reset worked out just fine for them.
Yeah, so Spazua under a 1:45. So we've got some crossover in qualifying time. Not as many people below that 1:45 mark, but we've got one. And then Lyric is, 1:45 flat, and he's got another chance, and he is purple right now, so we could have another 1:44 if he makes it through the Le Mans chicane okay.
Hop on board with them here.
Like, he came out cleanly.
Yep, and he's still up, and with that exit, that'll put him in the 44s. By the time he gets to the start-finish line, he could be up 4/10, which would put him back on pole position as he comes across
Boost
the
is
line.
on pace to get a 1:44 as well.
Oh my goodness, 0.003. It doesn't, I mean, that is crazy. You said Moose, we'll go to Moose, see where he comes across the line. Goes, oh!
5.7.
JK.
JK. Oh, bringing it in at the end.
With a 1:44.5, so, I mean, woo! That went down to the very last lap. I believe that is everyone across the line here. What?
I don't think anybody's on a hot lap right now.
What an amazing...
Wow, talk about getting in just under the wire.
Wow, great quali, great quali. And I will take us through these results here before we get started. So, on pole position with a 1:44.5 in the Huracan is JK85. Then we have Spazua, also in the Huracan, with a 1:44.764. And oh so slightly slower, we have Lyric in the 911, 1:44.767. Oh my goodness, that is insane. And then we have Moose with the 4GT with a 1:44.9. Auto Joe in the Genesis with a 1:45.2. Bobo Gito and the GTR with a 1:45.397. Ecstasy in the 650S McLaren with a 145.505, followed very closely by Jimmy K9 in the 911 with a 145.586. And very closely behind them is Wicked in the Genesis with a 145.598. Then we have Leo in the RX Vision with a 145.688. KW47 in the Viper with a 145.785. Lead Pencil with a RS01, 145.898. And rounding out the field is Cornbread in a GTR with a 145.9. So a second and a half from P1 to P13. Really tight with those top three drivers. Moose is definitely in the mix there as well. I'm curious if we're going to see what we saw last race with the front runners kind of pull away, and then we're going to have little cluster battles in the back. I think this one's going to be really close as well. Do you have any thoughts to add on that, Salamander?
Yeah, I mean, again, with the qualifying being so close, I expect this to be, again, a very nice, tight battle going on. Again, surprised to see a lot of different cars in here. You know, new ones at the top. In fact, I don't see a single Supra, which, you know, the Supra's finished, you know, had the top pace in the previous split. Now we got the Huracans up front. So this should be a totally different kind of race, but equally as exciting.
Awesome. I cannot wait. So we're going to see mediums and hards. I doubt we see anybody put those softs on. I
don't think so. Nobody did it the first time. I actually did it by accident in one of my practice races, and it did not turn out well.
No. Okay.
I started on softs after telling everybody to tire check. Make sure you check your tires, and then I don't.
Yep, sounds about right.
I think I did 6 laps on softs or something like that, and then a whole bunch on mediums and one on hard. I think I still finished P6 in that practice race, but nowhere near the front.
Interesting.
But, you know, somebody might try it. I mean, some of these guys have a lot better pace on softs than I do, so maybe they could make it work. I mean, honestly, I think the race would need to be longer for that to happen. You know, if this was a 25-lap race, then you would have to pit twice anyway. Throwing some softs on would maybe work. But...
Yeah. If you had to pit again for fuel, it would make sense for, you know, your final stint to be run on the softs or run a middle stint.
The race is about to start. They are on track.
All right. Well, it's not wanting to go. They are going. There we go. And it's lights out and away we go. Single file coming in. It looks like Auto Joe is looking at making a move. Keeps it clean. Go back on board with our leader here. Very smooth and civil, and they have, the front three have definitely pulled away. So we're seeing a bit of a gap happening now between those front three and the ones behind, as Ecstasy runs a little wide in the McLaren, but keeps it together.
And Moose falling back a little bit, but Moose is the top runner starting on the hards in this race.
So he's on the slower compound, yep.
Yeah, we're seeing, running through the field, it looks like we have more drivers starting on hards in this race than what we saw in the first split. So, interesting strategy. And it's really mixed up in the middle. You know, Moose and Auto Joe started on hard, but Bobagito started on mediums in P6. Jimmy started in P8 on mediums, so could be a bit of mix and matching going on in the middle of the pack.
Indeed, and we'll see how that plays out as far as pits go. Oh, Lyric was putting the pressure on Spazua up there, but picked up that half a second penalty. That's going to bring him right into the clutches of Moose as he serves his penalty. And Moose is just going to hop in that slipstream and say thank you very much as we come up to turn 1. Going through nice and clean. It's like still single file. Oh, maybe somebody made a move there. Back there. Who is that in the Viper?
That is K-Dub.
There we go. K-Dub.
Yeah, pretty single file so far, but everybody's hanging in there. Nobody's made any big errors yet.
Yep, nice and smooth. Everybody's settling in. You know, you don't win the race on the first lap. Be smart. Try to stay in the slipstream.
Yeah, so JK85 up in the lead. He also had pole position, so he has now got the bonus points for pole position and bonus points for leading that first lap. Spazua is not far behind, staying in that slipstream. Probably chomping at the bit to get some of those bonus points.
Indeed. I mean, they are teammates. I would imagine they have practiced quite a bit together, especially using the same car. If they can work together and, you know, kind of do what Jorge and Racer 51 did and just run away from the rest of the field, I can see them, you know, finally in the final stages battling it out.
Yep. And we got Lyric in third, who also is on the same tire compound and still within the slipstream, so haven't been able to shake him yet.
And Moose looks like he's feeling the pressure from Auto Joe. Auto Joe thinks about a move going into turn 1. He is going to send it.
Moose has his signal on. Looks like he's just going to give him the inside.
There we go. Says, go ahead, go through. We'll keep going. No need to... Oh! As Auto Joe has a wiggle, goes off track, keeps it together. That was a very nice save from Auto Joe. Well done.
He did pick up a penalty for that, but you know, temporarily it had at least kept his position.
Which is, he's got the dirty tires now too, so now Moose is all over the back of him. So now this is holding Moose up, knowing that he is going to get by for the penalty as Jimmy goes for the move. Let's see that again.
And Jimmy is on the better tire compound, so he's going to have more grip in these corners.
Jimmy sends it up the inside, gets one position, and then has the pressure on Auto Joe. Very nicely done.
While we were watching that replay, he did pick up that position over Auto Joe going into the high bank.
Very nice, very nice. Now Auto Joe's just gonna use as much slipstream as possible, try to get a little bit of a gap to Moose, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. And with how many cars are right there behind him, he's gonna lose several positions with serving this penalty. And now he's got oh my goodness, a 1.5 second penalty. This is not good.
That's gonna be devastating for his run.
He's gonna drop down the order.
Right behind him, we got Bobagito and Moose working together.
There they go. There's 2 positions, 3 positions. Only 3. You know what? It could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse. Let's go up here and see if Bobagito can get by Moose, applying all kinds of pressure. And that GTR. And we were talking in the breaks, kind of surprised at the GTR not being as strong, but it looks like some of these guys are doing a good job keeping up with the pace in it. We have Wicked.
We do have a change for the lead. Mazua got around JK85. I don't think he got around before the start-finish line. We're going to see if he can hang on to this to lead a lap.
That's crucial in these points. Trying to lead those laps. It's a long lap. JK does look like he's got a nice little run, slowly dropping that delta down. Now he's within 2/10 as they go into the chicane. See what
and being teammates, maybe this was communicated. Like, hey, why don't you lead a lap, get some extra points, and then we'll go back to racing.
That's
always possible.
Yep. Oh, JK picks up a half a second penalty, so leading the lap is looking more likely, and that just puts Lyric in a great position to get himself in between these two teammates. And yep, Lyric does get...
Yeah, getting yourself in between those two teammates will keep them from being able to run away with it.
So he can keep JK behind and stay in touch with Spazua up there. That's looking really positive for Lyric.
And we've got 5th through 10th are all really close together, so we got a good battle going on back there.
Oh yeah. I love this camera shot that you get right there. That is such a great shot. SSC would love to get past these Genesis. SSC in the McLaren so far, the only McLaren runner we've seen, and just not quite able to do it. Running a little wide, getting in the grass. And here we are on the exit.
And we know the McLaren is really good on tires. I'm not so certain how good it is on fuel, with this being more of a fuel management kind of race.
Well, he's got better fuel than Wicked in the Genesis. Does he have better fuel than KW and the Viper? A little bit better. So it seems to be pretty good on fuel. Not a huge advantage, but a little bit. And every 10th counts, as we've seen in these races. It can come down to the wire, and then as we also saw in that first race, the leader can drop the ball real quick. It can all change. So just keeping yourself in the race, staying in touch with the people in front of you can really make a big difference. Go back up.
We've even seen it early in this race. Was it Auto Joe who had the 2.5 penalty? And then dropped back a number of spots and is now in this mix of 5-6 cars all battling it out.
That was a good... Let's take a look at that again as they come into turn 1. Gets ahead of Moose. Moose goes a little deep, cut it back. Auto Joe's right there. They go 3 wide. Oh my goodness. And Moose just has to back out. There's nothing Moose could have done. Auto Joe cut in the corner a little bit right there. That was a great move. Way to take advantage of that one, Auto Joe. He did pick up a half-second penalty, so all that might have gone out the window, but Boba there definitely made it work. And that was some great clean racing by the 3 of them. Smart of Moose to back out of it and not force the issue. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
And Boba able to get ahead of Auto Joe, so that really worked out well. And now he's going to get a little bit of gap as Auto Joe is going to serve the penalty after the chicane. And we'll see if anybody picks up another penalty coming out of the chicane. We know it's already happened to Auto Joe once.
He'll probably lose 2 spots serving that penalty. He just needs to not pick up another penalty again.
Indeed. So Boba makes it through just fine. Auto Joe didn't pick up any more penalties. So that's going to allow Moose and Wicked to slide on through, and just showing you how much these penalties affect. You make all that progress and push yourself forward only to lose 2 spots as Ecstasy goes into the pits. Getting off those hard tires early and plans to run the rest of the lays on the medium. So we're seeing
Ecstasy and Cornbread only putting in 6 laps. Wow.
So they must feel confident on their ability to save the fuel and make those mediums last. We'll see if that is a big undercut, bigger than what we saw in the previous race. So we could see that coming out to their advantage. They weren't really making any gains in traffic, and so this is going to free them up Give them some clean air and let them just run some laps on the mediums.
Yeah, I don't know. 11 laps is a lot to ask of your fuel tank. They're going to have to go into fuel save mode, I think, to be able to make it to the end here. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see how they do. They're running it, not me.
Yeah, exactly, right. Is the McLaren a short shift car?
No.
Okay.
I believe the McLaren you pretty much shifted as soon as you get that red bar all the way up. It's just good on a little bit better on fuel than some of the others.
Okay.
And the McLaren does have good top end. I had done some Group 3 testing at the Daytona Tri-Oval, and I want to say it was in the top 3 as far as overall top speed. But obviously with this being the road course instead of the oval, it's a matter of whether it really gets to that top speed or not. I wasn't really sure.
Interesting. And Auto Joe and Moose into the pits. I thought Auto Joe was about to make a move there, but nope, he kept going. We'll go back up on board with our leaders on the racing mediums with about a third of a tank left. Lyric with
Making these work for 10 laps is much more doable.
Right. I do love, I'm not a fan of the Group 3 Lamborghini, but I do love driving this 911. It's just a great all-around car. Do you have a favorite Group 3 car? What's your go-to?
Right now it's the Corvette, to be honest. I do enjoy driving it.
Yeah.
But the 911 has also been a favorite. The Supra used to be my favorite back in the beginning stages. That thing was quite overpowered.
Yeah.
But it's been nerfed in some of these updates, so it's a bit more competitive with the others.
JK just picked up a full second penalty there. I'm going to go further back in the field. It looks like we have a nice cluster. Nope, I went back too far. There we go. Back on board with Moose, Auto Joe, and S2C. Oh, and Auto Joe almost loses it. But good save by Auto Joe.
Yeah, he's going to be out of the slip, though, now.
Yep. So S2C with the undercut coming out in the mix here.
Yeah, if S2C and Moose work together, they could try to make up some time.
Indeed. Yeah, I too have been enjoying the Corvette ever since that PHG race at Red Bull Ring. I found myself really enjoying the Corvette as we see Lead Pencil and Leo both coming in to get off those hard tires and get their mediums. Interesting that S2C isn't bump drafting. I think they want the spot more than they want to work together. If it was me, I'd probably bump them a good ways up into turn 1. But again, I'm up here, they're down there. So now they get up into 7th place as the people ahead of them go into the pit stop. And looks like, is that Wicked just came out?
Yep, came out on mediums.
And P10.
Lead Pencil's coming out on mediums. Leo coming out on mediums.
And Lead and Leo are just right on top of each other with Cornbread in front of them.
That Cornbread was a little lonely there in the back, waiting for some other people to come pit. Now he's got some company.
Has Cornbread pit already? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So this could be the order. Everyone's pitted by now, right? Or is there somebody still out left?
No,
to
I
pit?
believe the top 3 have not pitted yet.
Yep.
Bobagito in 5th has not pitted yet.
And they're staying out for another lap. They're running that fuel all the way down. There goes JK and Jimmy in the pits. They're going to be coming out on the hard tire. So that penalty really did hurt JK quite a bit. Maybe forced his hand a little bit to pit before he wanted to. But based on fuel, only 9% of fuel I think JK is going to have to pit either way. So somehow Spazua managed. Oh, I guess they were in the slipstream for quite a while. That is also advantageous for your fuel. Just getting that car to go one more lap on fuel, which is pretty impressive. So we would imagine that Spazua and Lyric are both going to come into the pits on this lap, as well as Boba. Kind of really a lonely 10-second gap ahead, 24-second gap behind. Actually really good on fuel. It looks like they could actually do one more lap on these mediums and make the fuel work. That is very, very impressive.
Yeah, I'd mentioned that 10 laps is doable. 11 is a bit of a stretch.
I mean, their pace hasn't dropped at 0.003 off their fastest lap. Spazua comes in, Lyric comes in. Is Boba coming in or is Boba staying out? And they stay out one more lap, so going for the big overcut here.
Boba Gito's now going to get a lap lead because of that.
Very good strategy here. Just enough fuel, their pace is strong. Curious if that's going to allow them to stay ahead of JK and Jimmy when they go when Boba Gito goes into the pits. I'm going to switch over to JK and Jimmy as they go side by side over the start-finish line. Spazua out of the pits. Where's Lyric? Lyric out of the pits. Able to stay ahead of Jimmy and JK, and not too far behind we got Moose, who's managed to pull himself away from S2C and Auto Joe. So Moose having a solid run there.
Yeah, so Boba Gito's in the lead but hasn't pitted yet, so Spazua is our kind of provisional leader, just waiting for the pit stops. And then Lyric and Jimmy K9 basically is running in third provisionally, but has JK85 right on his bumper.
Indeed, and that's what I'm curious if Boba Gito can get out of the pits before Jimmy K9 comes around. I think he might be able to. He's got a really big gap as he's coming around the final turn to go into the pits, so it's going to be very
I'll keep an eye on Boba here.
Yeah, because he should be going into the pits right now. 0 fuel left. Lovely, love to see it. These are some bold drivers. You can tell all the practice they've been doing, being able to run the fuel all the way down, having the confidence to push the car, not be too slow, and get it done. As the leader will take the lead again, Spazua, followed by Lyric, should get ahead. And now, where is Boba Gito gonna come out?
Sick. Just fueling the car now.
It looks like they're gonna lose out quite a bit. Oh, that surprised me. Oh no, there they come.
Oh, that's right. It skips forward a bit. That's right.
Yeah.
Down to 6.
6, but I mean, so close to P3.
Right.
So.
Oh yeah, we got 4 cars there in a train.
Oh man, that almost
out these last 5 laps.
That almost worked perfectly, but I mean, still in contention for a podium, and they got a lap lead, which is excellent. Excellent for them. I like to see that strategy's paying off. As I mean, Jimmy has just got a train of cars behind him. A train, can't make a single mistake as he has a little wiggle. JK's going to go up high. Moose following behind, taking that slipstream. Very smart by JK to jump back down. Otherwise, Moose would have had a good run on him. But using that middle car of Jimmy as a buffer between him and Moose. Ooh, a little tap there. as they come into the bus stop, giving Jimmy great momentum. And it looks like he's going to get a really good exit here and put all the pressure back on JK. Go.
Train of cars.
Just a
man.
train. I mean,
You're right. I mean, these guys need to be so careful. You know, you want to push it, keep your position, or maybe gain on somebody, but you make a mistake, you're going to lose 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 positions, depending on where you're at.
Yeah.
Moose going for the outside move, make an ascend around the outside.
Ooh.
Oh, he can't quite make it stick, though.
Goes too deep.
He actually ended up losing a spot in that.
See that again. Being very bold around the outside as they catch up to JK with the slipstream. It just too much. It breaks lighting up like that and loses out.
Gain 2 spots to lose 3 spots.
Aye. 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. As they continue to push. JK maintaining that 4th spot, but Auto Joe really sniffing there. Wanting that P4. I mean, wow, this is so tight. This is so tight with quite a few laps left to go.
Yeah.
I think any of these drivers can realistically get the podium. I mean, that's 7 drivers that could potentially be a podium finisher.
I mean, they all have the slipstream. If somebody can just get the slingshot, fly around.
And as we saw in the first race with Jorge Sr., I mean, P1, P2 could make an error, and then now you got people fighting for the win. But right now, Spazua definitely has that dominant lead, and then Lyric with a very, very nice gap on Jimmy. So Jimmy just, I wonder what camera view he uses, because I like the one with the rear view mirror, but at times that can make it harder because then you end up driving in your mirrors. But it is nice to see what's going on behind you, but he's got nothing but headlights in his mirror as they come through. A little bit of contact. Looks like everybody
Jimmy went deep. Jimmy went deep and lost 2 spots on that.
Oh my goodness. Amazing. It just, I mean, just one little mistake, just like we said. As Auto Joe. As Auto Joe.
He's down in 9th. Or no, it fallen to 10th.
Let's see if we can see what happens here. I think it was just some power oversteer. He just gets on the throttle a little too quick on that inside line. Yep. That's so easy to do, especially in that car. So easy to do. And just like that, we got Moose up into P3.
Woo. The Moose is loose.
See if we can see how that happened. Comes in.
Jimmy, or JK85 is still right on his bumper.
Yep, JK just ran wide, and that allowed Moose to take the inside as they come into the chicane. I'm starting to get a hang of these replays. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. This is fun.
It's fun, isn't it?
Ooh! And JK gets squirrely.
Loses some spots.
Loses quite a few spots.
Oh, there's a huge shakeup in drivers here in these last half of the race.
Gets P6, and JK with the, I mean, he was running in the lead of this race. And oh my goodness, this is going to lose him several spots.
And Moose has checked out now. He has gotten away from the slipstream.
He says,
up
thank
in
you.
3rd with Jimmy K9 and Bobagito battling it out for 4th and 5th.
Amazing. Amazing. I mean, so many change of positions. We still have laps to go. We got drivers on hard and medium tires. It's night. The track temperatures have gone down. There's less grip. We saw it with Auto Joe just getting on the gas a little too. It's so easy to do when you're side by side with somebody. You got drivers in front. You want that exit, and it just a snap.
Yep.
And there you go. You're in the grass, and it's unfortunate. It's frustrating. We've all done it. Hate to see it, but that's one of the things that makes these type of races so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, these drivers really pushing it to the edge. And those that can get the closest to the edge without going over. It's like the Price is Right. As soon as you go over, you can drop a bunch of spots. I should mention with Moose here, now that he's up in third, he's gapping the field a little. He is on medium tires, so he has the best tire compound of, you know, the top half of the field.
That makes sense.
I don't know if there's enough time for him to reel in Lyric, but he may, as long as he doesn't make a mistake, P3 should be his.
Indeed, indeed. And this penalty served is going to give KW and possibly Wicked a position. We will see. A full second is quite a lot to serve here, especially where the penalty line is as they come around and have to slow down. So there's one, there's two. Only 2 positions, going to keep them in the top 10, which is a positive thing. As it does look like, though, Lyric has caught up a little bit there to Spazua, not having quite the gap between the two of them that they had earlier in the race, but still a big enough gap that he's not going to get any slipstream and just kind of, you know, just keep
Still a
it steady.
4-second gap there, and with less than 2 laps to go.
Yeah.
You know, Spazua might be dialing it back, just taking it easy, don't make a mistake.
Indeed, indeed. They got plenty of fuel to finish this race, but I mean, look at the radar and just how tight P3.
Ooh, Wicked CBR gets around K-Dub for P7.
Take a look at that.
And K-Dub got a little squirrely here coming out of the horseshoe, which allowed Wicked to capitalize going into this corner heading onto the high bank.
Indeed, that worked out perfectly. And that's just, you know, staying in the slipstream, staying in a place that allows you to take advantage and pounce on any tiny little mistake, because it wasn't a big mistake by KW.
No,
But it was just enough to allow Wicked to get by. And again, we've seen, this is some of the cleanest racing I think I've ever seen. Watching the drivers go 3 wide into turn 1, and nobody hit each other, nobody spin each other out. It looks like every incident we've seen has been self-inflicted.
yeah.
So
I mean, there's been, you know, tiny little bits of, you know, contact, you know, with, you know, tires or doors, but like nobody's gotten spun out.
nope.
You know, nobody's taken a penalty for colliding with another car. It's been, yeah, remarkably clean, especially with how close this has been.
It really, I mean, the gap is not huge. It's only whoever's back there in lonely last place.
I think the one battle we really have going on is for 6th place. We got Ecstasy and Wicked who tried to send it up in there.
Not quite, can't get the exit.
He's able to hold them off. Otherwise, everybody else is pretty spread out.
As we are on the final lap. See if Wicked can get the
Spazua can just
slipstream.
make it through the bus stop or the chicane here without any issues. She does.
Looks like they will take the victory. We'll switch over to them after we watch these guys get through. Wicked all over the back of Ecstasy. Can he get the run? No penalties. No penalties. All right, we're going to switch ahead to our race victor, Spazua CBR. Woo! And in style, followed by Lyric. We got Moose finishing up.
Wicked's closing the gap on Ecstasy as they're coming to the line. Oh, there's a drag race.
Oh, does Wicked stay
Wicked
above
got
the
it
line?
done.
Wow. Wow. Let's see that again. Wicked keeping it above the yellow line. Well done. That was drag race for the final position. P6. Well done Well done, everybody. That was a fantastic race. That was fantastic. Spazua with the clean race victory. Well done. Woo! Salamander, do you mind taking us through the results?
Sure. Yeah, we got our race winner, Spazua, in the Huracan, taking P1. We got Lyric in the 911, finishing P2. Moose with his Ford GT, finishing it up in P3, strong there at the end. Jimmy K9, who started in P8,
Wow.
makes his way all the way up to P4 in that 911. P5, we got Bobagito in the GTR. The GTR having a better showing in this split. And then P6, we got Wicked CBR in his Genesis. P7, we get Ecstasy in the lone McLaren we've seen so far. P8, we've got KW 47 in the only Viper we've seen so far. KW started in qualified in 11th, finished off in P8, so another nice set of positions gained. P9, we got Auto Joe in his Genesis. Was running near the front for a lot, the first half of the race, and then just had a couple of problems, dropped him all the way back to P9. P10, same thing with JK85, also was up in the top two, was even leading the race at one point, finishes off in P10 in that Huracan. Lead Pencil, P11 in his RS01, and our fellow commentator Leo, P12 in his RX Vision Mazda, and Cornbread bringing us up in P13 in the GTR.
What a race. Fastest lap there, Auto Joe, 145.490.
Oh, that's some bonus points for Auto Joe.
Bonus points. We got different race leaders. We got overtakes. Whew! We got 2 more races.
Oh, man.
We got 2 more races to go. These are... for me, time is flying right now. I thought these races were going to feel long. They have not felt long at all. They have been nothing but exciting. Any thoughts there? Anything that surprised you with that race there, Salamander?
There was a lot of mix-up happening. And as we were talking during the race, one small mistake can cost you. And we saw a couple of guys that ran kind of a tale of 2 races, way up front in the beginning and then drop back at the end. Moose seemed to have a smart strategy, starting on the hards, was able to drive through the field and through that gigantic pack near the end to put in a solid P3. So, just a lot of moving around. You have some of these races where their qualifying position is their ending position, and there was quite the mix-up in this one.
Indeed, that was I loved it. That was awesome. I mean, some great overtakes. I think the highlight for me would have been that 3 wide there that into turn 1 with Moose and Boba and Auto Joe, and just, oh my goodness, that was fantastic. I love it. And we got 2 more of these races to do today. Are you out after this one?
Yes, I have to run. I have some stuff to do personally. So I am out of here. It looks like Leo is already back in. I'm anxious to get his thoughts on this race that we just finished.
Indeed. Leo, are you here with us?
I'm here.
Tell us how you feel.
I'm a little disappointed in how I did. That's how. Me and Led had a great race in the back, though.
Indeed.
Yeah, we saw you guys going at it for quite a bit.
know.
I mean, it still was entertaining.
I ducked and dodged a few people too. That was fun. They would unfortunately get the oversteer, and I had to make a decision on where to go.
Yeah, where's their tail gonna wag?
Yeah, just that way, didn't murder them even more. But all in all, I besides me being disappointed in myself, it was a lot of fun.
Good. Well, I'm glad you participated in it. It's always good to have some of us in the booth also in the races. Gives good perspective and good insight. You guys everybody put on a great race there. So, congratulations for finishing.
Yes, it was fun. That's one of my favorite tracks to do, besides Spa and
course.
Interlagos. Gotta love the Interlagos, but it is a fun track. Like I said before, that Le Mans chicane is like my death sentence, and I can never get it right. So
Well, you
it's
survived.
I survived.
You
That's the
survived.
important part.
Indeed, indeed. Well, we'll let Salamander take off here, and we'll go on a short break. I'll let you say your goodbye, Sal.
Yeah, yeah, no, thanks for having me in the booth. This was a lot of fun, man. These first two races were crazy exciting. I know you guys are probably going to be in for a treat here in 3 and 4, and I will
Hmm.
definitely, when I get back home tonight, be pulling them up on here. Just a reminder to everybody: go to papashouseofgame.com to check out the standings that we'll be posting on there when all this is said and done. You can check out what the next couple of races are going to be and all that. I look forward to each of these upcoming weeks. I'm excited for what's coming. You guys have fun commentating these next two splits. I'm out of here. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank
All
you,
right, bud.
Sal. Take care. Yes, Salamander, awesome. And shout out to him. He's the one who created our round infographics. He shared also this beautiful background you see on the screen with me so that I could get my stream looking uniform with his. Throughout the season, we'll have different people running the broadcast. So it won't always be me running the broadcast. It'll be Salamander and potentially some others depending on schedules and setups. But we're going to take a quick break before the third split gets started. So don't go anywhere, but this is a great opportunity to, use the bathroom, get a snack, eat some food, get a drink of water, whatever you need to do, and then come back for a round numero trace. We'll see you in a little bit.
Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victor's in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line.
we are back. Welcome back, y'all, for Split 3 of the GT PHG World Series Exhibition Season 2, Round 1. We have already had 2 very exciting races. Leo was in the last race. Leo, how you doing, bud?
I'm all right now. After mulling it over and getting some AC, I'm a little better.
Okay.
That was a bunch of fast guys in that one. I didn't realize that.
It really was.
Well, I knew it beforehand, but I was like, maybe? No. But shout out to Led for the close racing there, the whole race there.
Absolutely. You always know you're going to get good, clean racing when you go against Lead Pencil. He's a solid guy and a solid driver. Well, before we get started, for those who haven't been watching this entire time, Leah, will you go over what these drivers are about to embark on?
Sure, I could definitely do that. We are here at Daytona, the road course version, for 17 laps. Now, on the screen it says any Group 3 car, but it is set up as like manufacturers in the game, so the drivers have selected which manufacturer they would like to use for the whole series. Some of them are good here, some of them aren't, but they get to use that select group of cars from that manufacturer for their entire race for the exhibition series here. Now, the 2 tires that are required are the racing hard tires and the racing mediums. The racing softs are allowed. We have not seen that strategy yet, but we'll see if someone's brave enough to pull that off. There is 4 times fuel, and 5 times tire, I believe. If not, those are reversed, and I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me, but hey, it's up there.
Yeah.
You do burn a lot of fuel and burn them tires down, so.
Absolutely, and we saw that in both races. Where that fuel was really what determined when you pit versus the tire wear. It seemed like that running out of fuel is going to dictate when these drivers stop. And we've seen, some overcut attempts, undercut attempts, but so far they've kind of, evened out, and you kind of slot back in where you were after your pit stop. And it looks like we are about to start qualifying, so I'm going to switch over to our race broadcasts, and we can watch. Now, it's a 10-minute quali.
Yeah.
And we saw a lot of drivers going out there, setting some lap times, getting their pace together, and then burning off that fuel, and then coming in and getting some fresh rubber. What was your qualifying strategy, Leo?
Kind of like what I alluded to in the first split when we talked about it, just take it easy for the out lap, kind of go a little faster on the second lap, and then the third, full send it, come into the pits, get fresh tires, and try to see what you can do. Unfortunately, that get a set of second tires did not work out for me.
It was not the best choice for you. Or it was the right choice, but it did not pan out how you wanted it to.
Yeah, it didn't. Unfortunately, didn't benefit me any. But that's okay. It happens.
It does happen. It does happen. So we got an RSR driver here, Petey.
Yeah.
And rocking the Huracan, and we saw in your race the Lamborghini was really, really strong. Looks like the 911's a strong car, the Supra, and the Lamborghini, with the Genesis kind of being in the middle, maybe quicker than some of the cars, but didn't quite seem to have the pace that the Lambos and Supras have had.
Yeah. Lamborghini.
Indeed. It looks like I like this livery. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Shout out to all these livery makers out there. It's not easy. So if you're making your own liveries or making liveries for others, good for you, because it is not an easy skill. That's a special talent right there.
Yes, it is. I get too frustrated with it and want to slam the controller into the TV, but then I remembered how expensive everything is.
Exactly. Now, I've learned a lot. Joe Collins taught me a couple things yesterday.
Ooh.
Salamanders taught me some things. So my livery game is slowly getting better, but it's nothing like some of these guys do with their layers and the way they layer everything. It's wild.
I can't agree more, TK. So I've tried, and Sal's literally sat there with me for one of them. And while he was telling me what to do, I couldn't get it to do what I wanted.
Indeed. So we saw in the last splits, a couple of the drivers able to get it into the 144s. Now we're in split 3, so technically the third slowest group. Not saying that any of these people are slow, but in comparison with the other 2 splits, I'm curious if we're going to see any of these drivers get into the 144s, or if 145 now becomes the threshold for pole position.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious on that too. I was thinking a few of them would have gotten the 144s in mind, but like that last lap of all of a sudden them coming out of nowhere kind of shocked me.
Indeed. We go through the field, Luis in the Lexus.
Yep.
Hey, look, it's the
Papa.
proprietor, Papa.
Hey, that guy.
Papa's House of Game in the McLaren, surprise, surprise, with his special PHG World Series. I like it with the neon. Very nice looking car. And we got C-Dub is in the Ferrari. Interesting choice as he gets the Le Mans chicane all kinds of wrong. I imagine a penalty is coming his way, sure enough.
Yup. There it is.
And then we got Geezer Gears also in the Ferrari with a nice black and red PHG livery. As times are starting to get put in, Pyro with a 45.5. We got Jay in the McLaren. Interesting. So a lot more McLarens in this split. We got an Audi R8 Iron Fix in the Audi.
That's his love right there.
I really haven't driven this car very much. Do you have any experience with the Audi?
I do. When I first started playing the game, I used it a lot, and over time, I have been unable to drive that thing. It gets way too squirrely for my liking.
Yeah, that's exactly why I don't drive it. Same with this Genesis. I've always kind of stayed away from it.
It's not bad in certain situations. I've found myself using it a few times, but it's not my go-to.
And it looks like if Pyro can keep this lap up, he is going to get into the 44s, as he's already up almost half a second. If he can get the chicane right, he could be looking at a nice mid-44. As he still continues to improve. Very nice. Very nice, yeah. Go ahead, Leo.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I've seen Pyro what he can do, and I don't know. Yeah, he's gonna be in the 144s for sure.
Yeah, because we've seen almost 4/10. If you get that exit right, and you're already up, you're looking at a good 3 to 4/10 by the time you get to the cross finish line. So we're looking at maybe a 44.7, 44.6.
Yep, right around there.
Nope.
Oh,
he ended.
okay.
Oh, he lost
Just
some
barely.
time. 45.034. Interesting. We now right on board with Yeti in the BMW. Their best lap so far a 46.0, and they're going in the pits. Petey is on his out lap. Looks like everybody's in the pits, getting that fresh rubber. They're going to have enough time for an out lap and one more flyer. See if anybody can improve and take that spot away from Pyro.
A tall order there, if you ask me.
Yeah, I agree. A 45.0 is that's a solid lap there. As Petey might get some traffic. No, it looks like he's going to be safe. It is a risk there when you've got drivers coming out on the pits, and they come out where you want to be, which is to the left, so that you can get a nice turn in on the first horseshoe. But doesn't look like it affected Petey at all, as he has gone purple.
Oh.
Very nice. Not by a lot, but a little bit. As they come around.
Yeah.
Let's see. These are the crucial parts. Getting these exits right, carrying all the speed. As he's up a little bit more, let's see if where he's at after he comes through the bus stop. If he can get up a few tenths, that would be really great, because we know this Lambo has great top end speed. Ooh, but somebody else has gone quicker because he's no longer purple. However, he is still up on his time.
Wonder who that could have been in the field.
We'll find out here in a little bit. Still up on their time, looking solid. Looking solid.
Have you driven the Lambo much, TKs?
Nope, not since doing practice for the NRL race. C-Dubs goes P2. C-Dubs
Pulled
goes
that out of
P2.
nowhere.
Yeah, I haven't done much Lambo driving. Obviously, you kind of had to use the Group 4 one for a while, but the Group 3 one, I did pick it. This was, several physics updates ago. I did use Lamborghini as my manufacturer, and so I got a good handle on it, but since then I haven't really messed with it.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I've used it now and again, and it's not that it's a hard car per se to drive. It's just, I don't know, it doesn't excite me.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I do like this Ferrari though. I'm a fan of the Ferrari. I like the 911, and then I like the AMG and the Corvette. I'm a big fan of as well for the Group 3 cars. Those are probably the Group 3 cars I use the most.
I think I'm in the same long lines, except for take Ferrari, put Mazda in its place.
I don't know how somebody could do that, but yeah, if you say so. Ooh, and C-Dubs gets it all wrong.
Ooh,
coming out. So that's it for their lap.
Yeah.
Let's see, as Yeti has some slower drivers in front, but is improving on their time, up half a second, which should leapfrog them ahead of Petey. But maybe not quite to C-Dubs as they come around. See what they get as they cross the line. Still a 145.0. There he goes up into P2 with a 145.3. Well done, Yeti. Well done. But a 145.0 seems to be pole position as it is now the final lap. Driver's last chance. As Iron Fix tries to stay out of the way. Pyro says he's done. Petey says he's done. Staying in the pits. The opportunity is there.
Well, at a certain point, you're like, all right, well, I'm not going to improve no more. Might as well remember to change tires.
Yep, Yeti is not improving anymore, so let's see how Geezer Gears is doing. Come around the most difficult turn.
Yeah.
And they are improved a little bit. That's enough. If they keep that improvement, they will leapfrog Petey for P4. Because they're only 0.018 behind Petey, so Geezer has a chance to improve. And I'm loving this black and red PHG livery. Looking really nice. We got the turtle shell logo there on the back.
Go. Oh, turtle. Oh, and we have Lewis jump up the order.
Oh, Lewis up into P3. C-Dubs P4. Let's see what Geezer Gears can do. As they come across the line for the final time. Oh, they get the exit out of the bus stop wrong, and that's that. So Luis with a 45.585. Anybody else still running?
Doesn't appear to be the case.
Looks like everybody's done, and only 10 drivers in this split. So a little bit smaller. All right, Leo, take us through it, my friend.
Sure. Starting off P1, Pyro with a 145.034. P2 Yeti with the BMW with a 145.320. P3 Lewis in the RCF with a 145.585. P4 C-Dubs in the 458 Italia with a 145.627. Is it P5 is Petey with in the Huracan with a 145.936. And P6 is Geezer Gears, also in the Ferrari with a 145.954. Papa in P7, also known as P Island in my terms, 146.149 in the 650. Who would have guessed? P8 McNervy also in the Ferrari with a 146.206. Moving on down the order, in P9 is Iron Fix in the Audi with a 146.813, followed up by Jay in P10 with a 146.958, and P11 is Strict 9 in the Porsche.
Porsche 911 with a very lovely Gulf-inspired /PHG A-Team livery I'm seeing. I'm a sucker for some powder blue and orange, I tell you what. All right, so we look at this, and it's a little more spread out than the other splits. We got a couple drivers with really close times, but for the most part,
I'm getting word from production that Strict 9 was unfortunately not able to qualify due to some technical issues, so he will be starting in the back.
Ah, that makes sense. And I just want to confirm, Geezer Gears is turtle shell, right? Or am I wrong?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I'm also getting word from production. Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. And then I was like, wait a minute, I don't want to say that and be wrong. But yes, so that makes sense why he had the turtle shell on his livery as well. So, sometimes it's hard to keep track of people's names when they use a million different names. No.
I know. It's so hard, and tells you that, we got a good list of people that we know.
Mm-hmm.
But we also try to guess who they are sometimes.
Indeed. So we're restarting the lobby just to get the order done right. Get Strict 9 in there. It will be starting in the back.
I think they unfortunately had a power issue or surge or something, and it crashed his game. So we'll see what we can do for them.
Sounds about right. So once everybody re-enters, I think we're just waiting on Papa, the proprietor, McNervy. Make sure everybody's got their tires set. And we did see in your race, Leo, some of the drivers in the top 5 starting on the hards. Which was interesting. It kind of caused some traffic jams, but it worked out in the end. I believe Auto Joe was one of those drivers. There we go. Looks like we got everybody entered in now.
Good.
As we look here, Genesis on pole. So we've had 3 races, 3 different cars on pole. Or wait, that's not right. Who was on pole? Was it Pyro? This isn't. Now I'm confused. I forgot.
I think Shaggy's
he's working on
reorganizing. Yeah.
He's working on it. Behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can rewind the stream and see where we were.
Yes.
But don't forget to go back live again. Nothing's worse than you're typing in chat only to find out that you're behind like 15 minutes. Yeah. And you're just like, what is going on? And then the person streaming's like, what are they talking about? I always wonder
I
that
know,
when
I've done
people
that.
come in and say something, I'm like,
You mean the thing that was like happened like 25 minutes
yeah.
ago?
Wait a minute. Are you up? Are you live on your stream yet? Or somebody's like, man, your chat's really far behind. It's like, is it or are you?
Mm,
It's never.
question
It's
mark?
never the viewer's problem, right? Like, I can't hear you. Well, check the volume on your phone. Oh, it was turned down. Well,
Ah,
because all my levels
that's
look
what it was.
good.
I could see I talk and it goes through.
We just gotta get
Oh man.
Calvert out of the lobby real quick, and then we'll be good to go. They accidentally hopped in the wrong split.
Oopsie.
The joys of running a lobby. That's one thing I do love about commentating is I'm not hosting the lobby, and as I do host lobbies every week, and I have a lot of fun
Yup.
racing with everybody. However, running the lobby can be quite frustrating.
I've seen it, been there.
Been there, done it.
Turned you into a rocket essentially the last Tuesday.
Right? Exactly. That was so funny. That was so funny.
Oh man.
When
Yeah,
once
speaking of streaming stuff, I ran out of space on the laptop for the race.
Oh,
Yeah, so the recorded video I was going to make it might take me a little longer.
there we go. Wait, no, they didn't get the hint. Yep.
Bruh.
Come on. We can do it. We can do it. And now Carl's in here. Is Carl in the split? People are confused.
Mass confusion.
Mass confusion. If you would read the Discord, then you would know what to do.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Looks like we're ready to go now.
Woo!
17 laps of goodness.
Oh, I'm looking at chat and I'm seeing somebody is interested in racing now.
Oh,
The
yeah.
one, the only, Paco.
Oh, snap. He wants to get in on this action? Well,
Yeah.
click that link pinned in the chat. Check out what the season's going to be like, this exhibition season. Anyone can enter. You don't have to sign up for this race. You can sign up for the next one. And yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. We got 3 races left in this season. We'll see how many splits. It might grow to even more than 4 splits. So we shall see. But of course, we would always love to have Mr. Hako come drive like he drives, which is fast. If you don't know, you know now. It's fast.
Very.
All right, are we?
Incredibly.
What's happening now?
I am not sure, bud. And Carl's back in.
We are just waiting to get started.
Okay.
Are we starting? Is it happening?
Nope, not yet.
Nope. 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 Oh. There we go. There we go. Things are happening.
Technical difficulties.
Hey, we made it through 2 races without having any major issues, so
Right.
that's pretty good. Looks like everybody's in.
I'm cool with the longer break. That's just me.
I'm impatient. That's another. I don't like.
I know. Me
So
too.
I complain about hosting lobbies, but being in lobbies is also frustrating when you don't have control of when the race starts and you're sitting there ready to go, and it doesn't go, and you're just like, "Come on, get started, get started."
Yep.
Now.
I'm the same way. Can we get to the race now, please? Go, 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 go.
It's people are confused. Trust that Shaggy knows what he's doing. It'll be okay.
Everything's all right.
Need like a crick. There we go. Race will begin shortly. 6,
Hey!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeehaw!
Let's go.
Let's go racing, y'all. Drivers are all fired up and ready to go. As we come across the line. And they're off.
There we go.
And they come around turn 1. P1, 2, and 3, 4, all looking clean. Looking good in the back as well. Everybody made it through unscathed.
Looks like it.
Go side by side there in the back. Ooh, we had a little bit of a wiggle, but everyone seems to have made it. Ooh, and who was that?
Ooh.
Was that Luis?
No, it was actually. Oh,
Yeah, it was Luis. Let's see what happened there.
Go back a little bit.
Wait, where is he? There he is. Looks like he just ran wide.
Yeah,
Going in
that
there.
corner is notorious for that. I even did that on mine, where I thought I hit the brakes hard enough and
And
didn't stop me.
Petey got up into P2. See if we can see what happened there. Nope, can't go back far enough. Petey into P2. C-dubs in 3. Yeti in 4. So something happened with Yeti there. Oh, that was the issue with Luis. I see now.
It's all come together now.
And all coming together. As we have pretty spread going single file into turn 1. That's 1 lap done of 17.
Like everybody's got a little space in between them.
Papa, though, all over the
Uh-oh.
back of McNervy,
Oh boy.
sniffing for a move there.
Yeah.
We'll stay on board here with the proprietor as McNervy pulls away a little bit and now has strict 9 putting the pressure. Come into this tricky corner. So easy to go deep. Get on the grass.
It really is. Oh,
Did you have any issues going into the grass during your race?
yes, I did actually. Going into that Horseshoe West, actually. I thought I applied the brakes enough and unfortunately went wide straight into the grass.
Oof.
Yeah,
That is
I
no
don't
fun.
know.
No fun at all.
Yeah, I thought I was pushing the brake pedal hard enough and it was going through the floor. So I don't know exactly what happened there, but lead came around me and led to the epic battle that we had.
Looks like Petey's gaining a little bit. Oh, nope, now they're losing time as they come out of the exit.
Yeah.
But still managing to stay in the slipstream, which is crucial on here, because then you can work on the infield. And it seems like the Lamborghini might be a little bit better in the infield than the Genesis. from what we saw in the previous races.
Yeah, I mean, it is a mid-engine car, and it got some decent power. It can put it down pretty well, but maybe not enough top end to keep up with everybody.
Indeed. As now Luis looks like he has a penalty, but is putting the pressure on Strict 9 and just getting kind of all kinds of squirrely in that Lexus. That's in real life is an incredible sounding vehicle. A big old V8, and that Lexus has. Yeah,
Whoa.
We're having some connection issues there with Luis, as it looked like he just drove right into Strict 9. I don't know what that looked like from Strict 9's point of view, but
yeah,
that's always sketchy. Always sketchy when stuff like that happens.
I can't remember from NRL if Lewis said he was in VR when he races. Do you recall that at all?
I do not. I'm not sure.
Okay. I want to say yes.
Yep, he is.
Wow.
He's glitching all over the place. It's a very challenging thing to race somebody when that's happening. But also, it doesn't always happen from everybody's view. It could be.
Right.
It's the way the net code and lag work. It's interesting.
Yeah. But then somewhere they've disappeared entirely on my screen. And then reappeared in front of me. And
Right
it
in
scares
front of
the
you.
beepus out of me
With the brakes
every
on.
time.
Then you get a 4-second penalty, and it's
Yeah.
over.
And then you ask yourself why.
Pyro would love to get some space between Petey, but Petey just all over the back. And it looks like Petey's going to go for a move up the inside. Pyro closes the door. And man, Petey is all over him. This is going to be very tight as they finish up going through the infield and then go into the back straights here. As Petey goes purple, just got to be patient. Look for that right opportunity, and I think the opportunity is presenting itself as he goes round the outside. Pyro smartly backs out, knows not to challenge it. Let Petey through, use the slipstream, and do your best to hang in there, because Petey is on a mission now, just flying down the field.
I am really digging his livery. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's a good one. Real Squad Racing, or is it Racer?
Yeah. I'm not familiar.
I don't know.
Pyro's got an answer for him in that Le Mans chicane, but it may have picked up a penalty. I couldn't tell.
Looks like he's getting away with it, and whoo! Now he's flying, and now he's going to work together with Petey, try to give him some breathing room between them and C-Dubs back there. They can work together. It's a long race. They are both on. Oh, Pyro on the hards. How did we miss this? Pyro is on the hard compound. So it makes sense why Petey was able to fly up through there. C-Dub is also on the hard compound. So Petey is on the quicker tire as the sun starts to set. See that beautiful sky there with the jets taking off. It's about to cool off. Stars will come out. And completely different race in the night.
Yes, it is entirely. You start noticing the car doesn't have as much grip. I mean, it's start noticing things when the track cools off. You're like, oh, I can't do the things I once did.
I'm gonna go back here to P4 because it looks like we got a nice cluster of cars with McNervy, Luis on the back of McNervy, Papa not too far behind. Or is it MK Nervy? I guess MC is Mick. I don't know.
I've heard both.
I'll just say Nervy. It says Nervy on his car.
Yeah, I've heard both. I don't know. I always go McNervy, but I could be saying it wrong.
Who can tell? Turns out it was Jay Sr. the whole time, not Jesher. So Who knows?
Who
And
knows?
Luis is really putting that pressure on him now. But we do
Yeah,
know
he
that
is.
Luis's car kind of jumpy. And it looks
Foggy
like,
at best.
yep, there it goes again.
Oh,
As they do a drag race across the line. Luis is now up into P4. He's going to have to carry it around the outside. It looks like Nervy isn't going to let it happen.
nope.
Not going to let it happen. Well defended by Nervy.
Yes.
And Luis is going to have to try again on the next lap. Let's go back up to our leaders here. See what kind of pressure Pyro. Not a lot. So those medium tires really are working in PD's favor, allowing him to pull a bit of a gap on Pyro. And Pyro has a nice cushion behind him before C-Dubs even enters into the picture. So looking positive for Pyro and PD.
Yep.
We'll probably see Pyro and C-Dubs come into the pits sooner to get rid of those hard tires and go onto the softer rubber. But we got quite a few laps before that happens.
Yeah, in the latter part of the race, I'm sure it's going to flip-flop. I'm sure Pyro's going to put the pressure on Edie there with the different tire compound change.
Yeah, it'll be flip-flop as we saw PD march through the field. It'll be Pyro and C-Dub's turn to do some marching there at the end of the race. Assuming nobody makes a mistake. First two races, we had big mistakes by the top drivers of the race, causing them to fall way down the order. So, but man, Pyro is just getting that exit out of the Le Mans chicane, allowing him to just fly on. So him being able to hold on to PD like that on the slower tires, as Papa makes the early call to come into the pits to get off his hards, as well as Strict 9. So early pit stop by Papa and Strict 9 to get on the mediums. They got to be confident on their fuel. But we did see the McLaren is good on fuel. So, and Strict is in the Porsche, which is also pretty good on fuel. So I think they'll be all right.
Or just barely making it by.
Or just I mean, we saw so many drivers come into the pits with zero. I mean, zero fuel. So if you've done the practice and you know what your car is capable of, then you know you got a good opportunity to make it work. As Luis again battling with McNervy. Side by side, Nervy's got the inside, and Nervy gets through for P4. Well done. Well done. Good clean racing again. Clean racing. We got fewer cars on track this race, but still several close battles. It's spread out a bit more. I'm curious to see how close the final split's going to be as we go back. Well, actually, let's stay on board with them for a little bit longer. See if Luis can have an answer for Nervy going into turn one as he gets what looks like is a pretty good exit out of the chicane.
It definitely looks like he's able to maintain the speed coming out of there. Keep that slipstream distance close, so that way you can maybe think about making a move on turn one, or they're going to work together.
Oh, nope, because Nervy goes into the pits. Leaves Luis some clean air, so he got that nice toe, which really gave him a lot of speed as Nervy and Jay go into the pits. And that puts Luis out into P4 as he is on the racing medium tires as well. Go back up. PD pulling a gap again on Pyro. Got about a second. If he gets a good exit onto the back here, he can get out of slipstream range, which would be to his advantage. He's looking good on fuel as well. Let's see what Pyro's doing on fuel. Pyro not quite as good, but not far off when it comes to the fuel load between PD and Pyro. Then we got C-Dubs here in P3, and then a good 6-second gap before we come back to Luis. who has almost a 12-second gap on Geezer Gears, who, oh my goodness, we came at it. Oh, good save. He'll probably get a penalty for that. Let's see what happens here. He's got pressure from Iron Fix, but not too much pressure. He's got a bit of a gap. I think it's just what happens here is you think you can stop. Yep, he got on the gas just a little too quickly, but good save, good save. Kept the car pointing in the right direction and did not pick up a penalty. So that's huge. He didn't lose out all that much, just 2 positions there. Keeping him in P7. Still needs to pit. He's running on the hard tires. As we see, C-Dub goes into the pits, which gives Luis P3. Let's see. So Papa pitted early, then Nervy pitted right after Papa, a lap later than Papa, and is now all over the back of them, keeping it nice and close. We got McLaren versus Ferrari here, as Nervy thinks about the outside. Not quite able to do it.
Oh,
Doesn't cut back. Papa has a little wiggle, but keeps it. But all the pressure's on. Papa's gonna have to go defensive. He does. Can Nervy do a switchback? He tries for the switchback.
Looks like it.
There's room, but Papa has just better momentum on the exit, not letting Nervy take up the inside. So as they go by the kink, and come around again. Nervy close enough. Doesn't look like he's close enough here, but he's still right there. He's making sure Papa knows, hey, I'm here. And as soon as you make a mistake, and then Nervy makes the mistake.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness, he was putting all the pressure on Papa, and oh, you hate to see it. As we ride here, he just touches the grass just a little bit. Oh, and has the spin out. At least he got back on the track before. It's so hard to regain composure in the grass. As now Pyro has pitted to get off the hards, leaving PD out all alone in the lead. I imagine he'll be coming in at the end of this lap, or maybe push it one more lap. What do you think?
You know, that's a tough call to make. You know, do you not pit this lap and get more time in between, or will you lose out on time? It's a hard call to make. I personally would pit this lap, get it over with. Yeah, you might be fighting in traffic when you get out, but it's better than do an extra lap and be slower.
Let's see. Looks like Pyro comes out ahead of C-Dubs. So able to maintain position. So Luis will definitely end up falling down the order a little bit, probably slotting back into P4 after his pit stop, which it looks like will be at the end of this lap. Papa currently up into P5 with Strict 9 behind him. They both pit at the same time.
Looks like that early pit's working out for him. Just pray he's got enough fuel.
Yes, indeed. Nothing's more nerve-wracking than seeing the percentages there and just being like, oh, come on. Oh, come on, just make it. Just make it.
I personally would rather run on dead tires than run out of fuel.
Yeah. Depends on the track. Depends on the track. Some track dead tires are useless, but Papa just goes purple there. So he's having a good lap. His fastest lap so far is a 1:47.0. Fastest lap of the race is a 1:46.0. So he's no longer going purple. I think the top end speed as Petey and Luis with the same percentage of fuel both come into the pits. So I imagine we'll see Pyro slot into P4. Let's go on board with Pyro. Slot into Pyro to take P1 over Petey.
Yep.
But I don't know. Petey could come. We'll see where he comes out of the pits here. As Pyro comes around turn 1. Where is Petey? Petey's still fueling. Still fueling. Wait.
Oh,
just barely.
Just Barely.
Just
Oh, man.
barely.
Pyro's gonna have his hands full now.
I want to.
But like I said earlier, they're gonna flip flop again.
We're gonna ride on board here with Petey as the game freaks out apparently, and oh, just barely comes out. So now Petey with a second, and Petey is now on the hards, Pyro on the mediums, right?
Yes, correct.
So this is now Pyro's opportunity to run. And it looks like Luis slotted in P4, about 2 seconds ahead of Papa and a second and a half behind C-Dubs.
Fortunately now Lewis is on the hards, Papa's on the mediums. Papa's gonna have the tire advantage.
Looks like we
Let's
got
just
enough.
see if he can.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it looks like we have a little battle here between Nervy and Jay after Nervy's recovery from going off the track has allowed Jay in a very nice Fanatec livery there. I like that.
Yeah.
Nice and close. They seem to be the closest, except for the last two drivers in the field.
Yeah.
So which tire, remind me, Leo, what tire did you start on?
I started on the hards.
Okay.
I am in the camp of start on the worst tire and on the best tire. That is where no matter what position I'm in, especially for a longer race.
Interesting. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. And definitely finishing on the quicker tire is nice because nothing's worse than watching everybody else catch up to you versus you catching up to other people. It's definitely more fun to be the chaser than the chasee.
Yes, I am in that camp as well of I want to chase people down. I don't want to be chased. I don't like that.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody likes to be chased. That's just scary. You know how I feel about scary things. I don't like it.
Yes, I do.
Don't go around scaring me. I don't want any part of that. It looks like up ahead, who do we have? Is that Strict 9 applying some pressure? Nope, it's not. Go up to Papa. And it looks like everybody's pretty spread out here.
Yeah.
I guess our here we go.
Oh,
Here's some action in the back. We got a three-way battle for #NotLast.
yep.
We got Yeti, Geezer Gears. Looks like Iron Fix is pulling away from
Yep.
him. The Geezer Gears had a little issue where it seems like they've been continuing to have that issue of getting the traction down coming out of that turn. And Yeti not quite close enough as they go through the bus stop or the Le Mans chicane. That's what it's called. Get it right. I was
okay.
there. I was there at the Rolex the first year that they changed the name, and it was funny to hear the announcement. They couldn't get it right. Every single announcer was like, "Dang it, no, that's not right. That's not right. It's the Le Mans chicane."
We try that again. Because how many years before then it was that? Oh, that's right. Forever.
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 As Yeti gets around to going into turn one, they're going to go wheel to wheel. Oh, and Yeti goes deep. And it's amazing how much less grip as soon as you cross over that line. There's a lot less grip over there. And it's so easy to just continue to understeer. And now Geezer Gears all over the back of Iron Fix.
Oh. Go.
Yeti try not to lose touch. Geezer Gears goes up the inside. There we go.
Well, not quite.
Not quite there. Iron Fix holding him off in the Audi R8. This is where Geezer. Yep, and again.
Oh no. Not again.
That's where Geezer has been having those issues. Is just getting the power down. And you hate to see it. Hate to see it. That puts him out of touch with these two and is allowed Iron Fix now has a little breathing room not having somebody right on his bumper.
I want to say he may have just recently switched to a wheel, if I'm not mistaken.
Who's that?
Yeah, Iron Fix.
Iron Fix. Oh, very cool.
Yeah, they finally got the one they won in the raffle there.
Oh, fantastic. Well, congratulations, Iron Fix. I hope you're liking your wheel.
Well, say they finally opened up all the stuff for shipping to Canada from the United States. So, yeah. Back up to the top here with C-Dubs, Petty, and Pyro. Looks like Pyro pulled a decent gap on them, or... Yep.
Yeah, Pyro's gone. So, well, we've seen it. We've seen it in the last 2 races. That doesn't mean he's won the race, because it's so easy to make a mistake here, especially in these final laps. But it looks like this is our closest on-track battle. Oh, I take that back. It looks like Iron Fix has got his dueling partner back, and also, how many spots back is that? Here we go. We got Nervy has caught up to Papa.
Oh, okay.
Stay on board with this. In slipstream, less than half a second as they come around to the Le Mans chicane. This is such a hard chicane to get right. It's that right there, that right-hander. Getting the car rotated there without scrubbing off too much speed is just, for me, is a real challenge. Unlike the Watkins Glen chicane, which to me is like the easiest thing ever. Like I fly through that thing. I keep it pinned most of the time. Like just launch it, and then you come here and it's definitely not that.
Yeah, it's definitely a more technical chicane, which Watkins Glen one is too, but it seems a little more forgiving, unless you get a penalty every 5 times that you go through there.
Yeah, indeed. And then also when you come out of the one at Watkins Glen, then you have that long right-hander down the hill that you kind of have to slow down for. So it's less about exit speed, whereas this one is all about exit speed. So you kind of have to treat them differently. You want to launch yourself into the Watkins one, and this one it's better to have a slightly slower entry so that you can get the faster exit.
These nighttime races really do showcase how pretty this game is.
It really does. It's a beautiful game. And one thing I learned, I didn't realize this was a thing, but the different color headlights is what they use in IMSA to differentiate the classes, because they have the GT Pros, the GTD Pros, and the GTDs, and so they're all in the same type of car, right? They're all in these GT3 cars, but the yellow headlights is one category, and the clear headlights is the other. And that way they know if they're actually racing somebody in their category or not. Because otherwise
Toon had mentioned it.
Yeah. Otherwise you'd have no idea. You just see that, a Porsche's behind you, and if it's somebody in your class, you're going to race them differently than somebody not in your class. But that doesn't apply here. It's just an interesting fact as we see 2 cars with different color headlights. I always think the yellow headlights look cool. I just think that's a cool look.
I do too, and also it helps to not blind your opponent in front of you.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know about you, but driving at night for me is not fun. I do not do well with headlights coming at me.
No. A bit distracting and blinding.
Well, oh no, Papa!
Oh no! As we're talking, he just gets it a little bit wrong on that exit, and I mean this corner has been catching, in this race specifically, has been catching people out, just running a little bit too deep or getting on the throttle a little bit too quickly, and that drops him down to P8.
got a lap to recover something, so we'll see what happens. Maybe not.
And luckily behind him is two people. Well, no, they've spread themselves out a little bit. On the map, it looked like they were battling, but Yeti getting by Iron Fix and now pulling a good gap. Well, let's go back up here with our leader, Pyro, who now has a 6.9 second lead on the final lap.
Yep.
So this is all but his to lose.
Yep.
And then
I don't want to jinx the guy.
Don't want
They
to.
could go-
Let's go away from that and look at the next closest battle with Petey and Luis, who having an issue on lap 1, going off the track, has now got themselves back up into P3, which is very impressive. And C-Dubs not too far behind, not close enough to make anything happen unless somebody makes a mistake. We come around on the final lap of race 3 for today. Don't forget, y'all, we have one more race coming after this for the final split. I hope everybody sticks around. Hope you all have been enjoying this so far. Don't forget, click the link pinned in the chat to the PHG website if you want more information about this and want to get involved. It's a lot of fun. As you can see, good clean racing, good hard racing, competitive splits, and hopefully the broadcast has been good enough for y'all to be entertained.
They're finally coming around for the final.
Now we got treated to a wonderful drag race at the end of your race, Leo. Doesn't look like we're gonna get that here, but there we go. Pyro across the line with the fastest lap. That's laps led. That's fastest lap. He's getting bonus points.
Oh yeah.
Very great. Petey Luis across the line. C-Dub across the line. Here comes Strict 9.
Managed to work his way through the pack.
Indeed. Oh! They were out of fuel. Strict 9 ran out of fuel. That allowed Nervy to take... Well, still, P6 is not bad.
No.
Not bad at all. So they pushed it to the absolute limit. And I think, unfortunately, our dear friend Geezer Gears did not have the race they wanted, as they have spent quite a bit of time in the grass. We don't need to see this. We'll go back on board with our race winner, PHG Pyro. So I'm liking these new names I haven't seen around. Being competitive, getting on podiums. We had all the cornbread guys in your split showing us some new racing. We got PD, we got Nervy, Strict 9, some other non-PHG people in here. Very fun to see.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Leo.
Yep.
We got pole position, clean race, and somebody else grabbed fastest lap. So no longer fastest lap. Let's find out. Take us through the order here. Oh, no, he does. It just didn't say it. Okay.
Okay. So GT7 being GT7. Got
Classic.
it. All right. P1, we got Pyro, 145.448 as the fastest lap. Second place is PD with a 146.57 as their fastest lap. Lewis is in P3 there with a 146.083 as their fastest lap. McNervy in their fastest lap was a 146.673. Strict 9 in P5 with a 146.553 as their fastest lap. Jay in P6, OP Steve, 147.467 as their fastest lap. And of course, the man of the hour, the person that put it all together with this whole team, Papa, and his 650, of course. 146.624 was his fastest lap. And we got Yeti in the BMW with a 146.711. Moving on down the order is Iron Fix with a 146.984 for P9. Geezer Gears, who had a unfortunate few spills there, which we're not going to talk about no more, was a 147.243, and C-dubs and P11.
It's because he left the room, I think, but you can see he was
Oh.
he's plus 11, so that would put him in 4th place.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
All right.
We'll let the rules people take care of that. But I did see he left the lobby as soon as the race was over, so I think the game bumped him down there. But being plus 11 would put him, yes, in P4. So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll let the judges take care of that. That's not our job.
Yeah. Anyways, that was the list there.
That was the list there. So 3 races done. You raced in one of them. I've been talking a lot. Yeah, fun race. That one was a little more spread out, a little less action. There were fewer drivers in it, but there was still some really great overtakes and some really clean driving as we saw. So congrats to our podium sitters and our winner Pyro, who kind of took the sweep with leading the race. I believe Petey's going to get some points for leading the race as well. And Pyro also with fastest lap. Leo, I need to take a little bit of a break here. I don't know about you. We're going to take a break, y'all. Remember, we got one more race coming up. It'll be the final race of the day, Split 4. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. And we'll see you in just a little bit.
Wheels burn on the track. PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow. Teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine. PHG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go. Teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victors in our name. We win together, rain or shine. PSG forever, crossing the line. feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name. We win together, rain or shine, PHG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go, teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victors in our name. We win together, rain or shine, PHG forever, crossing the line. Wheels burn on the track, PHG is where it's at. Roads long and winding, but our team's always grinding. Underneath the starry sky, engines roar, we fly. Sweat beading on our brow, teamwork's the key right now. We win together, rain or shine, PHG forever, crossing the line. Gasoline and fire, chasing every desire. Around the curves we go, teamwork keeps our flow. Every gear we shift feels like a gift. Speeding down the lane, victories in our name.
And we are back for the final split number 4 of the GT PHG World Series Exhibition Season 2, Round 1. I'm joined again by the one, the only Leo2443. You can find him on the YouTubes. Check him out. Leo, how you doing, bud?
I'm all right, man. Just we've been watching a lot of races and talking about them and doing them at the
And
same
doing
time.
them. All of the above. Yes, if you're
Yes.
just joining us, Leo participated in the second split and was on comms for split 1s, 3, and now 4. Earlier, we did have Salamander with us, but he had to go take care of some personal business. So it's just Leo and I again. Leo, for the last time, will you run us through what these drivers will be doing?
Sure, man. I can definitely do that. We are here at Daytona Road Course. 17 laps of it in any Group 3 car. Now, that being on the screen does not mean what you think. That means any Group 3 in the manufacturer that these drivers have chosen. So if it's the, I'll use my manufacturer for an example, the Mazda. You can use the Vision for the Group 3. For Group 4, you can either use the Atenza or the Mazda 3 that everybody loves. Some certain situations like that, or the Honda, you could use the GT500 version of the NSX or the regular Group 3.
Interesting.
The tires that will be required are the hards and mediums, but softs are allowed. I haven't seen that strat yet because I don't think anybody's brave enough to do it. But hey, you never know what happens.
Indeed. And we have 5 times tire wear and 4 times fuel. Now, I think a good thing with the softs being allowed is what we're going to see is these drivers are going to use the softs to qualify. They're going to set their qualifying time to get the grid order and then just drive between the racing hards and the racing mediums, bar something crazy happening. But since heavy damage is not turned on, there's really no reason to pit again. So it'll just be stop to change the tires and refuel. We did see in the last race one driver lose a position because they ran out of fuel there at the end. So fuel is definitely a factor. It's way more of a factor than tire wear, as we've seen. And this being the last split, basically how the splits get chosen is during the week. The drivers will do a qualifying here in their chosen car, and that determines where their split is. And then in the race, they will qualify to determine the grid order. So the qualifying that happens during the week is only to determine what split you're in. And we've seen it's done a good job of keeping the fields pretty close. Splits 1 and really split 2, was very, very close together. Split 3 had a little more spread, but still very close together here. And it looks like we are going to be getting started here in just a moment. Leo, do you have anything to add as someone who has now done this race?
I mean, give people space and be careful on the throttle in a couple of these corners. That's about all the advice I can give you.
Stay off the grass. Don't be a lawnmower.
Yes. Do not touch the grass. Bad idea.
But it does make for a beautiful visual because this game has such good graphics and makes for a really great visual as the grass sprays onto the track.
Indeed. I love the fact that they put that minute detail in there. Might not see it while you're racing, but the replay value. Chef's kiss.
Indeed. As we come out on board with Ace. And then we'll switch over to Fernanda, who seems to be leading the pack in a very nice Johnny Walker livery. That looks like something like an RJ Sugar Shuffles would do. Not sure if that is his livery, but definitely looks like one of RJ's. And then
rendition like.
So he's in the Ford. Then we got Speed Bump in the NSX. We haven't seen that one yet today.
Sheldon actually was in the.
Was he? I missed that.
Yes.
My bad.
It's okay.
And then Ace in the. Ooh, I like that livery of the Ferrari.
Pretty colors.
Very pretty indeed. And then we got Mr. S. Tennyson in the Porsche. And I believe he did make this livery. I don't remember what it has something to do with. What is it if we get a closer look here? Nickelodeon themed. There we go. Is that Invader Zim? Yes, Invader
It is.
Zim.
There we go.
Very
I love
nice, very nice.
it.
Check out Carl in the Supra. Looking good, looking
G
good.
livery.
Nasty in a Ferrari as well. With danger written backwards so that when you look in the mirror, it says it right. I like it. With the caution tape on the back. Very nice. And we got Mr. Arrow in the Lexus. I like it.
Ooh.
Looks good. He does this
This is more
color
of a-
scheme, and I'm a big fan of it. It's that like burgundy, maroonish
Yeah.
burgundy, and then the bright orange. I actually have a hoodie that is that color scheme, and I really like it. And
I want to say he's going for a NASCAR rendition there.
We got T. Calvert in the bright orange Genesis.
Ooh.
Getting that half-second penalty. So common to see.
It
We got
is.
BHR, shout out to the Beehive Racers.
Yeah.
Johnny Boy, rocking the Porsche.
Johnny boy.
And then Don Squad, who also went with the same AMG SLS that McNaughty used. So not the
Yeah.
Mercedes that we typically see in the Group 3, but apparently around here, it is the way to go.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be a little bit faster than the 2021.
I gotcha. Well, he's got all the clean air, so let's go back up front, because Fernando, Mr. Fernando Button, Happy Fun Time Hour himself, will cross the line first to give us our first flying lap. Let's see how he does. So we saw in the first two splits, they were able to get into the 44s, but in the last split, 45.0 was the best. Let's see if any of these guys can get into the 44s. Fernando with a 47, speed bump immediately with the 46, then Ace with a 45.8.
Oh, wow.
So 45.8 is the current benchmark set by Ace. So we
Yeah, I'm
got-
sure that time will come down
Oh yeah, for
as it
sure.
goes on.
And as we saw, they are going to pit and get some fresh tires, or most of them will pit towards the end of this session. It is a 10-minute session. Won't take any more fuel and just add fresh tires so that they can do one last flying lap. And this is the turn that has caught so many drivers out. It's so easy to just, you want to get on the throttle as soon as possible. Got to be careful.
Yeah. It's deceiving when you go around. You're like, oh, that's easy enough. Nope.
And like I said, in real life, when you're sitting up there in the stands watching all the cars, you could, especially at night, it's very apparent because of the headlights. It is very bumpy. It is not a flat surface at all right there. And you can see even the hypercars with all their downforce struggling to get traction coming out.
See him just bouncing.
It looks
man.
it looks really weird. It looks clunky and awkward. Like most of this track is very smooth, and then that corner is very clunky and awkward.
Fortunately, I don't think there's a way for them to smooth that out any, or
No.
they're never going to.
And it makes it more exciting because those spins that we've been seeing there, that happens in real life all the time. It
Oh,
is
man.
not just a video game thing. It is, professional drivers trying to get on the throttle just a hair too quick. And just Carl
Oh, wow.
puts in a good time, puts in a 46.3, puts him up into P2 as most of the field is in the pits getting that fresh rubber like we were talking about. So we're going to see Speed Bump come out and try to go for a quicker lap. I'm curious if Ace is going to come in for fresh tires or if they're just staying out the whole time. We'll go on board with Speed Bump as they are on their out lap. Just behind Fernando. Gonna get some slipstream advantage, which is interesting is in the dailies and stuff, and or in the Manufacturers Cup from the game, slipstream is off in qualifying, but I'm pretty sure when you make your own lobby, there's no way to turn it off, so the slipstream does exist in qualifying when it's your own lobby, which is real life, which it should be. Slipstream should always be on because that's how physics work.
That's how cars go around the track.
Yep, and you can get a tow and get a little extra advantage is always nice. Especially like we saw when the person that's giving you the tow then jumps into the pits and gives you turn one free and clear.
Yeah.
And it
Digging the
looks
Coast Guard livery on Speed Bump's car there.
very nice. I didn't even realize that's what it was.
Yeah.
The Coast Guard.
Yeah.
And Carl goes into the pits, so Carl's gonna
Oh.
attempt a flyer, or maybe Carl is just going to call it. Oh, this is not good for qualifying when you got somebody, that cornbread racer, goes too deep. Their lap has been compromised by speed bump. And this same thing happened to me in my manufacturer's race last Saturday, of just knowing I was faster but couldn't get around, or kept getting held up by the car in front. You can't slow down because you're in the middle of a flying lap. You're going to waste your whole lap, so you try to keep going and hope something happens, but it doesn't always happen. Let's see if we can get a sector time here and see if speed bump is improving or not.
Yeah. Well, this is any show of what's going to happen in the race. This is some tight qualifying here.
Very tight. Speed bump's not able to improve. What's Ace doing? Ace just came out of the bus stop. Oh, they are up.
Ooh.
Oh!
Ah.
They get the penalty. Oh, you hate to see it.
Like,
That-
yeah, I got. Oh.
That spoiled their race. Let's see what's going on with PHG Nasty. Sitting there in P5, fastest lap of a 146.6. So we're definitely seeing a time difference. The biggest time difference really between splits is this one. Because our fastest lap is still a 145.7. And Fernando is able to sneak his way up into P2 with a 146.1. Very nicely done.
Yes, indeed.
But nobody is able to take it from Ace so far.
Yeah. Let's see if they try to push their way up. They still got maybe 2 more laps to go. Maybe.
Nope.
Nope. Never mind. I lied.
That's it. But
I lied.
Fernando
I looked down at the timer.
He's up at on his time.
Hey, still got a minute to go. Minute some change, so he might be able to do something.
Let's see. It's all about getting the exit out of this turn and the exit out of the bus stop. As somebody just,
Oh, no.
I couldn't see who that was. We're going to stay on board with Fernando because the positions aren't in the order that they're on the track. So we would just be jumping around. But somebody went for a lawnmower and took out a sign.
Whoops.
Whoopsie
I
daisies.
think NASCAR's going to want to have a chat with them about destroying their grass.
NASCAR destroys enough grass.
True.
Looking clean, maintaining that over 100 miles an hour. Good exit. Ooh, but he's down a little bit.
Bad around here.
Hmm?
That Ford GT that he's in, the newer one, is not bad around here.
It's been a long time since I've driven that one.
It's not terrible. It's really good on the long straights, as we dealt with in one of the daily races a couple weeks back.
Not able to improve. Carl with a half-second penalty. Not going to be able to improve. Can Nasty improve?
Let's see.
They improved,
A
but
little
didn't
bit,
move up the
yeah.
order. Good job. Always good to have some progress. Dirt McGirt, CBR.
Oh.
Looks like they're just having fun. I believe
Hey,
they're going to be the
nothing wrong
last
with
to
that.
cross the line. Carl went into the pits. And that is that. All right. So we have RSR Ace and P1 with a 145.7. He's in the Ferrari. We got another BHR, Beehive Racing Fernando Button, and the 4GT with a 146.1. We have it's just Carl in the Supra with a 146.3. Speed Bump in the NSX with a 146.4. Nasty in the Ferrari with a 146.6. Dirk McGirt CBR in the Genesis with a 146.8. T. Calvert in the Genesis with a 146.9. S. Tennyson in the 911 with a 147.0. We have Arrow in the RCF Lexus with a 147.2. BHR Johnny Boy in a 911 with a 147.3. And Dawn Squad rounding us out with the SLS AMG with a 147.8. Any thoughts, Leo?
I mean, from P1, besides P1, from P2 to what, P8, it looks like, they're all in descending order, but not too far away from each other in times.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, got Fernando and Carl, I mean, right there, 200ths of a second off of each other. Yeah, pretty much the gap is almost 200ths of a second from each other. So it's gonna be
Indeed. And yeah, just looking at this, we got Carl and Speed Bump really close together, 0.3 and 0.4, and a bit of a gap, and then right there between Dirk McGirt and T. Calvert also pretty close, and they're in the same car. So we'll see who starts on the hards, who starts on the schmediums, and looks like this race is about to start. Are you ready, Leo? Oh, I think we lost Leo. Leo, are you there? Well, hopefully Leo gets his microphone working as we get ready to start this thing.
I am here.
There we
Sorry,
go.
the microphone died.
I figured it as much. Here we are for the race start.
Nope.
And they're off.
Let's go.
Ace gets a nice run. Go to Speed Bump with a little pressure. Nasty runs a little wide there, opening up the door for Dirk McGirt. Oh no, we have a spin. Who was that?
I believe. I didn't see who it was, unfortunately.
Who it was either.
Ah.
Find out. Oh, it was Arrow.
Oh, it was Arrow. Oh, no.
Hate to see it. Sorry, Arrow. Go back up with our race leader.
Still got plenty of time, man. Plenty of time.
It's a long race. A lot can happen. Ooh, and Fernando.
Oh, no.
He's able to keep it going.
Oh.
Here we go. As we see, just gets on the power a bit too soon.
Ooh.
Oh. Hate to see it.
I mean.
Drops him back down into 7th place.
Thought with poor Turtle Shell how many times that caught him.
Exactly.
Unfortunately.
Exactly. And Speed Bump really putting the pressure on Carl. This is just the opening lap, and we've had 2 spins. 2 spins. Again, everything we've been seeing this whole day, it's all been self-inflicted. There hasn't been really any major contact causing issues. It's been mostly drivers getting too ambitious with their throttle inputs or trying to be last of the late breakers and out-braking themselves.
Yeah, that's usually... I mean, that speaks for anything. Like, we're all giving each other space. You know, we're not out here just ramming into people. We're doing it to our own selves.
Indeed, as Tennyson gets a little squirrely on exit, allowing Johnny Boy a little opportunity for a little Porsche on Porsche action here.
Porsche Cup action. Let's
Here
go.
we go. As they come through the kink, is Johnny Boy going to be able to send it, or is he going to be patient?
This early in the race, I would hope he'd want to be patient.
easier said than done.
I know. No.
He's getting a really good exit here. He's going to be on the
you
outside.
go.
Not ideal, but this can also cause Tennyson to just be a little bit too quick on the throttle. And it actually forces him wide, allowing Johnny Boy, a good move by Johnny Boy, getting up
look
into
at that.
P5. Let's go back on board here with P2. It's just Carl, followed by Speed Bump.
Oh,
Battle for
got some,
second. They're only half a second away from each other.
Got a battle of the branches, maybe. Carl was Navy. Maybe Speed Bump was in his version of the Coast Guard, maybe. Who knows?
I
Or
don't,
just like delivery. I don't know either. I know for sure Carl was in the Navy. No.
but he's Canadian, so
Yeah, I have no idea.
I don't know how any of that works. So we can just
I-
speculate.
Exactly. I have no idea. But either way, it makes me happy that a Honda's hunting down a Toyota. That's cool.
Indeed. Indeed. Fernando's gonna try to make up some ground now. Fernando starting up at the front. He decided to start on the medium tires. He chose to go with the quicker tire, and unfortunately with his spin, that may have hurt him even worse than we had originally thought. Let's see what Dirt.
Yeah.
Dirt is also on the mediums.
Oh.
So we got quite a few medium tire runners. I'm gonna go back up to the front so we can see who's on what tire.
Okay.
So we have Ace on the mediums, Carl also on the mediums,
On the medium.
Speed Bump on the mediums, Nasty on the hards,
Ah.
Johnny Boy on the hards,
Okay.
Tennyson on the hards, Fernando medium, Dirt medium, Don Squad on the softs. How about
I think
that?
Don Squad's just gonna do his own thing.
He's just doing his
As
own
he-
thing. You do
as
you,
he
Don
does in the
Squad.
back.
You do you.
Exactly. He
Arrow
does the thing that no one ever does.
on the hards, and T.
Yeah.
Calvert also on the hard. So a good mix. So we got the battle for P2, 3/10 of each other. Pretty tight, and then the battle for P4. Way tighter as Fernando thinks about making a move happen. And he does make a move happen.
Oh.
Let's take a look at
BHR,
that again.
BHR, let's see.
We're going to go back and take a look.
Right meow.
On board with Fernando. As he comes from way behind, he sees the other two go deep. And he says, thank you very much. I will go through that door that you left wide open.
Yeah. Well, he took advantage of that.
And he is now all over the back of Nasty. He wants, and he's going to do it again up the inside. Now, easy down. Fernando up into
easy does it.
P4.
Hey.
Very nicely done. Recovering well. Making the best of a frustrating lap 1. And already back up into P4 on the 4th lap. But Nasty is not done.
He's got an answer for him here shortly, probably, through that Lamar chicane. Well, okay. Actually, maybe not.
Very nice. Very nicely done.
Yes.
And Johnny Boy
Well held.
over there. So Nasty, not as good of an exit as Fernando, which is allowing Johnny Boy to apply the pressure. We might see another move going into turn 1. And also, it looks like Dirt is all over the back of our good friend there, Stephen Warhawk Harris.
Yeah.
And Johnny Boy thinking around the outside.
Ooh.
Ooh, and he goes too deep.
Oh.
There's no room there. He has to go out wide, and I think that allowed Steven, Tennyson able to get in, and and Johnny Boy loses out. It was looking like he was going to get a move, and just couldn't quite get it done. As we look, Fernando trying to pull away on the medium tires, coming into the dreaded corner that's claimed so many.
Yep.
And he keeps it straight. All right.
Got it. Yeah. All right.
He survived.
Not complete death.
It could have been way, way worse, but he does get the 1 second penalty, unfortunately, which that's going to lose him at least to most likely 3 positions. Let's go see what's going on with Speed Bump and Carl.
Oh my goodness.
Nothing. So we'll go back.
Oh, there's a Congo line foreman.
Yep, the 3 of those guys are just waiting for Fernando to serve his penalty as they go too wide back there, not working together and bump drafting. Everybody seems to want to race. Everybody's feeling real racy.
I'm feeling froggy.
As Fernando serves his penalty. Yep, that allows all 3 as we go into turn 1. And Johnny Boy goes wide again. That allows Fernando to come back into play. Fernando loses 3 positions with his penalty, but gains 2 back. He is, while he's making mistakes in that later turn, he is confident going into turn 1. We're seeing some excellent moves by Fernando going back into turn 1. Very nice indeed.
3.
And Johnny Boy's not done.
Winning. Yep.
This is just lap after lap. BHR on BHR.
Yeah, right?
And there we go. Fernando gets it right that time. Johnny Boy survives, but didn't get a good exit. That's going to allow McGirt there to at least get the slipstream. Yeah, it's such a risk to try to overtake going into the chicane. You lose too much time. But maybe, nope, they're going to poke their nose in. Nope, thinks better of it. See what kind of exit.
Solid.
Yep.
Looks like Dirt McGirt was actually trying to help Johnny Boy as he picks up a penalty, unfortunately, going through that chicane.
Johnny Boy gets a little boost and a little help from Dirt, allowing him to come back on Fernando as we go once again into turn 1, the best overtaking opportunity in this race.
Doesn't go wide.
And he gets it done.
Yes, he does.
Very
nice, solid move by Johnny Boy.
Let's watch that again.
Yeah.
As he just... Fernando runs wide. I see.
Yeah. He did the exact thing that Johnny Boy did the previous lap. Went wide, unfortunately.
Leo, were you saying something about Carl? Or did I imagine that?
No.
Okay.
I was a little bit ago, but that was about it.
Okie dokie. Let's go back up there and see what kind of gap they have. So he's in the slipstream, but 0.7 as they go into the chicane.
That Supra's got a lot of top end, so you might be able to hunt down that NSX pretty good.
It's looking like it. He's now under half a second and closing. But I imagine that NSX is really, really solid in the infield.
Yes, yes, definitely is. With it being an MR, and it's a little weird under braking, but other than that, that's a solid car.
And
Top
Nasty
end may
is
not
going to be
be
the
there.
first to pit to get off the
Ooh.
hards.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to our exciting Fernando PHR
Yeah.
battle. And with my favorite camera angle as Fernando stays ahead of BHR.
Ooh, little slinky effect there.
Yep.
Oh, keep it on track. Oh, thank goodness.
And now
It
he's
almost looked like Johnny Boy was about to go in the grass.
all right. Fernando, good throttle control. He's going to get a run on Steven here.
Yep. Pushing that EcoBoost motor to the max, getting as much speed out of it as he can.
And he's got a nice gap now from Johnny Boy, so work together here. See if he can't get back up into P4. He's done it a couple times now. Oh, and he's going? No, he's not. He just made
he
him
thought about
think
it.
about it. Yep.
Sometimes that's the thing to do, is maybe make your opponent think you're going to go for the move and then not do it.
He
Kind of
gets
psychs him out a little bit.
It looked like it worked because Steven gets a half-second penalty and Fernando gets a really good run. But so did Johnny Boy. Has now closed down the gap. It was over a second, and now we are 6/10. And Fernando chooses to go into the pits, get off the
Okay.
mediums to get onto the hards. That's really early.
Taking a gamble there.
Yeah, interesting.
A little bit of a gamble.
So now we got Johnny Boy putting the pressure on Steven with Dirt McGirt not too far behind.
Yeah. And Arrow worked himself back up to P7. Look at that. Good
Very
job,
nicely done. You know, it's the easiest to do on those first laps because everybody is still so close together.
dude.
You can
Indeed.
really catch yourself back up. And it looks like Speed Bump has put a much bigger gap on Carl from what I could see. So Speed Bump pulling away a little bit from Carl up ahead. And look at that beautiful Florida sunset with the moon coming up. Soon we'll get the lovely lights of the Ferris wheel and the beautiful stars.
Yeah.
It's almost like we've been here before.
Yeah. Oh,
As Dirt McGirt.
and you've been there in real life.
Yeah, indeed. It looks just like this. It's a lot louder though.
I'm sure it is.
Let's crank your headphones up full +10. As
I think
Ace
I'll leave them.
Ace goes into the pits. So that's gonna, if Speed Bump stays out. Nope, Speed Bump goes
Nope.
in. Is Carl gonna stay out? Carl stays out, so he
Hmm.
will get a lap lead,
Ah.
which is, you know, that's where the strategy and the points are coming into play. As Carl's gonna get to lead a lap, assuming he doesn't make a mistake. Steven and Johnny Boy stay out on the racing hards. Let's see where Ace comes out of the pits. Still in the pits, refueling. They should
Yeah.
be coming out pretty soon. And there's Ace out of the pits into P4. 3 drivers ahead are not far ahead, only 9 seconds, so Ace will get that lead back when these other 3 drivers decide to go into the pits, which I would imagine is pretty soon.
I would think so too. I mean, it comes back to that thing we were talking about in the last split. You stay out on the tires that you're on and maybe make some time up, or does it become a detriment to you?
Exactly. And looking at fuel loads, I would say this is the lap that Johnny Boy comes in.
Yeah.
Steven looks to be okay on fuel. He could probably do another lap, and his lap times have been pretty consistent.
Yeah, they have. Actually, really consistent.
Indeed. And we'll see Carl's pretty good on fuel too. I didn't think the Supra was great on fuel, but he does seem to be losing a lot of time though. His last 2 laps are over 2 seconds slower than what he was running. So based on tire wear alone, I would say it's time for Carl to come in. Should allow for... Oh, he stays out. He wants more laps led. He wants more laps led. I don't remember how the points
say
were.
something otherwise.
Yeah, it just turned red. It was
okay.
white. Yeah, it just turned red, so he probably has 1 more lap. But his lap times are not looking great as Ace now moves up into P2 with Johnny Boy and Steven going into the pits. I'm going to go back to Speed Bump here, who now moves up into P3. Running on his own, really. The fields have really spread out. I think Johnny Boy and Tennyson are the closest on track of anybody. I guess we have is that Dirt and Fernando kind of close together, and here comes Johnny. Now the gang's all back together as Johnny Boy comes out of the pits just behind Fernando, just in front of Dirt, and somehow leapfrogged Steven. Maybe Steven took more fuel. Yep, Steven took a little bit more fuel than Johnny Boy did. So that's how Johnny Boy was able to get out of the pits. We'll see if that pays off or if that turns into what we saw last race of somebody running out of fuel.
Yeah.
As Steven is applying the pressure to Dirt. Goes for the move up the inside. Can he get on the power? Gets on the power. And it's not over. He just has to slot back in. That was a good effort.
It said turbos.
Indeed, indeed. Get those turbos spooled up.
Yeah.
And now Carl comes into the pits. So we imagine Carl's going to come out in 3rd place. I'd be interested to see if he ends up losing a position for staying out as long as he did. Who's in P4? P4 is Nasty. We're going to stay on board with Nasty and see if if it's just Carl, can keep his P3, or if staying out that long causes him to lose out. It's a little deceptive the way it works, and it looks like he just barely comes out. But Carl is on the hards, and Nasty is on the mediums, and very, very close. And those hards are cold, and just like that, Nasty's able to just swoop on by. So, I don't know, staying out that long might have hurt him.
The detriment.
You never know once these tires start to wear on Nasty's Ferrari. If Carl can stay in touch, he might be able to. And again, like we've seen, people make mistakes, and the whole thing can change. But we'll go back on board with the fun guys, this BHR crew back here.
Seem to be throwing hands at each other every moment they can.
Indeed. If you haven't done a lobby with Brigsby and the Beehive crew, woo, they are fun. They are a lot of fun.
It's a hoot.
That's where I learned how to launch my car at Road Atlanta.
Yes, you take the extra shortcut at Road Atlanta, and somehow your car turns into an airplane.
It's pretty exciting. Things have settled down considerably.
Yeah.
Now everybody has done their pit stops. The grid seems to be pretty even. It looks like Dirt is ahead of Steven. kind of spread out. Arrow up into P9, very good, very good.
Yeah.
And kind of closing in a little bit, finding his rhythm, putting in some good lap times.
Go. Give that can-do attitude, even though having an unfortunate mistake at the beginning.
Indeed. Go back up there with Dirt as Steven. Oh, and we get some contact.
Ooh.
And Steven does the right thing. Looks like Steven sent it up the inside. And was a little ambitious. We'll ride here and
See what happens.
I think Steven did the right thing. I mean, the door was open, but yeah, he was a little late. The door gets closed. There's some banging. And, you know, that's racing. Good on Steven for just backing out and continuing on instead of forcing the issue and making us have to do a steward's decision.
That's agreed.
Which is really good. You love to see that. And now he's back and he gets ahead of Dirt. So there we go. Gets the job done just a little bit later. See if we can see that one. So, oh nope, we missed it. So Steven ended up getting around him already on the exit, and then Dirt has to back out going into the chicane. And it looks like Johnny Boy is still ahead of Fernando. We'll stay on board here as we go into turn one, see if we can get any more action between the two of these. It looks like Steven keeps his line, keeps his position, but that bit of battling has allowed Arrow to really catch up. Now Arrow is part of the conversation, and ready for something good to happen to him. He's been fighting hard, being consistent, and now he's in play for P7, really. He's less than a second within slipstream range of Dirt McGirt. Make sure everybody gets good traction coming out. And it looks like he got about the same exit as Dirt, as he's not just absolutely gaining on him. But he is up on his time. Those mediums seem to be working good for him.
Honestly, it looks like that RCF has come around finally. I mean, I've seen a lot of people using it nowadays.
Indeed, and that's what when we were talking earlier about McNaughty doing that big 24-hour multi-driver race, they were in the Lexus, and he got used to it, and that's what he ended up choosing for his GTWS manufacturer because he'd spent so much time with it. But of course, he loves the AMG. So that's what he's going
AMG
for
first.
in this. Indeed. And it looks like, let's go back on board with Steven here. If Dirt can make any ground on him. Not quite. Still keeping a gap. Go up ahead to Johnny Boy.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a good 1.5 second gap out of slipstream.
There's that
range.
tire advantage.
Yep. Seeing those mediums just working well. Not too many laps left, and he's got plenty of tread.
No.
So.
If you really wanted to, you could start pushing now and still be alive at the end of the race.
Oh yeah, and he looks like he has plenty of fuel. So even though he took less fuel than Steven to hop him coming out of the pits, it doesn't look like he's in any danger of running out. Also looks like, is that speed bump that's catching up to Ace, or is that a back marker? Let's go, I'm gonna hop ahead real quick.
Yeah.
Nope, that's a back marker. Nasty, okay. So Ace is way ahead. Not a back marker, sorry. And then we got Nasty in P3 chasing down Speed Bump. Carl on the hard tire is not able to stay in touch with Nasty, having to concede that podium position as we are on the penultimate lap,
There we go.
which is the lap before the final lap. Fun words.
Yes. Fun big words.
Fun big words. And the grid is really spread out. We got Johnny Boy and Fernando, and it does look like the best battle is with Steven and Dirt. So we'll go back on board with them as Arrow has a little
Arrow
wiggle,
enters the chat.
and he is all over the back of Dirt. I love seeing the brake discs glow under all the heat as he gets on the grass but keeps it steady. Keeps it steady. We
Hurts
saw,
him coming into this corner.
we saw so many people lose it there. And it looks like Dirt got a little bit better exit there than Arrow. Arrow's still in the slipstream.
Skull livery. Old school skull.
Single file all the way through. And our
I didn't realize.
Huh?
Well, I was gonna say I didn't realize on the Genesis it had lights on the side.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Same with the
Yeah,
Porsche. The
that's-
Porsche has the 3 circle lights on the side. It's pretty fun. We are on the final lap. We'll go back forward. Ace way ahead on the final lap. Speed Bump, followed by Nasty. And then we have Carl back here trying to hunt him down, hoping something happens. Johnny Boy pulling away from Fernando. And T. Calvert decides to go in the pits because they ran out of fuel, and Arrow almost loses it again.
Ooh.
Coming out of there. Good save by Arrow. Oh no!
Oh no!
And Dirt goes deep.
Ah,
What was that?
I don't know. Maybe missed his breaking point or something, but ouch.
He's on the brakes and it's just not. Oh. Gets some damage, and that allows Arrow to get on through on the final lap. Allows Arrow to get up to P8 as Ace finishes with a 14-second lead. Sheesh!
Congratulations, Ace.
Then we get Speed Bump.
Speed bump.
Nasty. Carl.
Carl. Johnny Boy.
Fernando. Steven. Solid recovery by Arrow.
Right.
And Don Squad doing his thing. Now on the hards.
Just
Going
chilling.
through the chicane. But because of Calvert having to get fuel, hashtag not last.
Hashtag. Exactly. Oof.
Well, Leo,
Yes.
4 races in the books.
Yes.
Season 2, round 1 of the exhibition series. Was it what you expected?
Honestly, the turnout I was hopeful for, and it met that expectation. It was a lot of fun to race with these guys. I love that we opened it up to everybody so we can have all the different people that we know come in and still got coming in.
Indeed, and there we go. Pole position, clean race, just a real domination from Ace. We did see Carl lead a couple laps. So, Leo, why don't you take us through the standings here?
Sure. So P1, we got RSR Ace R1. Second place, we got Speed Bump. Third place, we got Nasty. Fourth place is It's Justice Carl. And we got P5, which is Johnny Boy, BHR. BHR Fernando Button, P6. S Tennyson in P7. Arrow in P8. Dirt McGirt CBR in P9. P10 Don Squad. T Calvert in P11.
Whew.
Yep, and now comes the more difficult choice for us. We gotta pick 4 people of the day, dude.
Sorry, pass. You're gonna have to remind me who was in each race.
Oh man, yeah, that's
Who finished P3 in the first race? Was that Lyric? No.
no. I think that was our boss man, McNaughty.
Was that P3? No, he finished second.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I knew he was Sliced.
Slice is my driver for the first split. Second race, that was the one you in. Definitely wasn't you.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
Who was it in that race that stood out to me? I can't. You pick for the second race because you were in it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Can we...
We'll put a pin in
We'll
the
come back
second
to it.
race. Wait, the second
Yeah.
race. Who won the drag race? Was it who won the drag race at the end of the second race?
I have no chat. Let us know.
That's who my driver of the day is for that race. Is the one who won the
I'll
drag
agree
race
with him.
at the end. Race number 3. We just did it. Race number 3.
And I'm drawing a blank.
Is somebody that raced in it,
Yep.
and they did a good job. This race, I'm gonna go with the easy one and say Ace, just because that was pure domination.
Dominating lead. Oh.
Third race. I mean, we just did it.
I remember.
Give me somebody, Leo.
Oh man. Can we choose the easy one and just go with Papa?
No,
Because he was in that one.
just because he was in it.
No. I was trying to remind myself of who all was in it, and that was the first person that came to mind.
That's the problem with doing this many races. I can't, for the life. They all kind of blend together in one race.
Jimmy K9, Wikido, Wicked, STC,
Yeah.
It's split 2. We're talking about split 3.
I want to say it was Wicked. And
Oh,
Split.
Pyro.
Pyro. There we go.
Yeah. There we go.
We did it. So we got Ace, Pyro. Was it Wicked that won the drag race? Or did he lose the drag race? And
That's a
the
good
second
question.
one.
I was in the back. I have no idea.
And then, who did I say for the first race? Sliced.
Sliced.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Boom. Roasted.
There we go.
All right. Well, we did it. Congratulations. Round 1 complete. So, y'all, click on that link pinned in the chat. Go to the website. Check out the info for this exhibition season. Get yourself signed up. There'll be qualifying taking place this coming week, to split everybody into splits for next weekend's race. I have no clue what race it is off the top of my head. Is it Lake?
Actually, Maggiore,
Yeah,
Group 4.
Group 4, Lake Maggiore.
I think. I don't ask me which version of it. There's only 15 different versions of it.
Exactly. Well, you know what? They can click on the link in the website,
Yeah,
and
the website
it'll
will tell
give
you.
you all the information. So if you want that information, please click the link. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty exhausted. We got in the chat at 12:30. It is now 5:15. That was my Saturday. And I've had a lot of fun. Thank you so much to Salamander and Leo. Thank you to Titanium there in the background. Also Shaggy for putting this on. And of course the proprietor himself, Papa. Shout out to Toon, who would have joined us and wanted to join us, but had some medical reasons he was unable to. Hope you start feeling better, Toon.
Yes, indeed.
Any closing words, Leo, before I end this thing?
Let me see. No, but it was a lot of fun, y'all. Can't wait to do the next one.
Indeed. Well, I am T-Case. That was Leo. And thank you all. Don't forget, like, subscribe, click that link, join the PHG Discord so you can find out more information. And we will catch y'all later. Game over, man. Game over.